Ew.
Can this be any better than... Look at this, dude. We're in fucking Skeram.
Hey,
right
Fry.
now.
Oh, hey.
Summons at skin first. Monkey Punk.
I'm getting cargos. Fried can click.
Gamer privileges.
Wow.
Fucked up, dude. We're all equals here.
What, boneless? I summoned you.
Just wanted to say I care about you.
Nice words from a guy named Boneless Eat.
The cancerous Ungoro.
Oh my god, resist the Earth Shock? Who made this game? It was on point, dude.
All that nature resistance.
Right?
Boneless,
Jesus.
stop griefing.
Oh, resisted it twice. Alright, guys. Thanks for running the tournament. I'm gonna quit. This is dog shit.
Jeffrey, what's your name?
OG Jeffrey. But I am
who's-
bored, so.
Oh, I thought you were Alliance. Okay.
Alright.
I should have stuck true to the gnome roots, but I figured Horde would be easier to get a summon.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't have a lot of shards. I only have 31. I mean, worst case is we can kill a couple of you guys for shards,
Yeah.
and then we'll just have your guys rest.
That's actually smart.
Are you saying you want to farm me?
No, I would never be banned for farming, for like colluding and farming somebody. I figure there's no honor system, so not bannable, right?
She's
There's
trying to
no
farm
honor
me.
in war.
I'm saying
There's
is,
the bugs.
if we need a couple shards, we leave your reser up, and we get some shards off you guys.
Look at you.
Alright, we just need people to help click. Y'all can.
Lickers.
Hey, Sasuke, could I talk to you for a second?
Sure, let's just drop down.
Buddy, Shelso, hook it up. Hell yeah.
Thank you, Pat. Link me your stream. Actually, I have it. Never mind.
Don't click this org portal that Fates is putting down.
Do it, you won't.
Well, if we waste all the Warlock shards, this duel's gonna be fucking easy.
Type 1, 2, 3 in chat if you still need a summon.
Alright, boys. Who here is fucking hyped?
I want my gold back.
Dude, seriously, man, I'm fucking pumped, man. I've been waiting for this for 2 weeks. I got some really cool people to join, and I'm fucking so excited.
Legit, dude. This
So-
is gonna be dope.
Yeah, my body's ready. Safe to say.
All right. So yeah, we just got to summon my alt, my level 1 alt, so that way, because it's gonna be my little DT organizer. This is gonna be the one that I do all the commentating on, and then the rope is the one that I'll be participating on, just because I've already set up the UI for it. So I spent like hours.
What's the link to the bracket again?
In the
It should
general
be
chat.
in the news channel. Yeah. Oh, and general chat now as well.
Thanks.
There's a little incorrection on it. It says Good Mood hasn't already won the first round, but I already have. So
You going
This
against
is the
Funky Pot.
two-time champ, dude. Back-to-back duel tournament winner, right?
No.
hey, who won the last two?
Who won the last one? I didn't even.
Shelzo.
Shelzo.
Oh, Shelzo, hell yeah, dude. Oh fuck, wait.
Shelzo's play is really clean, man. He's really good.
That's who I'm fighting. Wait, hold on.
Well, did he win as SL or did he win as a respectable spec?
A respectable
Destro.
spec.
Astro.
Oh,
That's good.
impressive.
So
Bitch, I don't play as. Dude, what's your address? You want to fight?
Alright, looks like we're almost done with summons here.
I'm week 2. I don't know what came over me. I'm so sorry.
I just need Sasuke DT organized to get the summon.
I'm gonna watch from stream.
Oh,
Um,
of course.
so- I'm gonna stay far away for summons, but if you need me, message me. Okay?
Sounds
Sounds
good.
good.
I'm gonna stay at a spot where I can't be accidentally killed. Or... What, boneless?
Alright, let's everyone move over to the duel area. Follow defunct.
All the 60%. Got it.
You don't have to rub it in, man.
Slow.
Okay.
Well,
So I believe we're just gonna go in order here. We're not really gonna change too much. We're just gonna follow the order of the tournament. So that means Brosadamas and Shelzo, I believe. You two are gonna go first, and then it's gonna be followed up with Zava versus the winner of that duel. So, all right. And for those of you who are just participating but not in the duel, do you see that kind of like big old plank right next to this platform that everyone's running across? You can jump over to that big old plank right here. You can see Funky Pot running over towards it right now. Yeah, you just gotta jump.
Oh.
It's just like an invisible wall.
the viewing thing. I got you.
Yeah, it's really, really easy to see everything.
Are you
Now,
guys
maybe
getting
1%.
annoyed if I start spamming Farsight on this bitch?
No.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't, mess up the dueler's ability to duel, then
Gotcha.
I don't think there's any issue. So yeah, you just gotta jump.
I
Yeah,
wish
you
I
can
had
do
a
it without a
sound.
mount. You just gotta jump where I am.
Who has lead of this party? Or do 2 people want to leave because somebody else wants to come?
Zaba has lead.
What's up?
Zaba? Invite Knack?
I'll promote you.
Alright.
All right. So real quickly before we start, we're just gonna go over the rules. And Funky Pot, because he was the main contributor to the rules, and he's done so many duel tournaments in the past.
Alright, so first of all, this is the duel area right where I'm standing. Let me put a mark on myself.
Need a clicker.
I'm marked skull. So this is the duel area. Just put the flag right in the middle. And everyone that's
The
watching.
ledges LOS.
No, the ledges do not LOS at all. There's no LOS in this whole area. So that shouldn't be an issue. If you're watching, try to just stand up here, but if the duel does end up over on this side or something, it's fine if you want to jump down, just get a view, but stay out of range of the duel, don't interfere. And let me pull these rules up.
Really quick, is there any plans to have like a pillar and an arena in the future or anything like that?
Or we could figure something out.
Possibly. So let's go over this. In general, no consumables except Thistle Tea, Mana Gem, Health Stone for locks only, Spellstone, grenades, sapper charges, food, non-buff food, rage potions for warriors only, obviously, and bandages. Soul Link is not allowed. Warrior is allowed to use any potions versus the mage. However, this is only during the duel. They cannot pre-pop potions like protection potions or anything like that. Number 4, rogue versus rogue and druid versus druid. Players will alternate getting the opener, and if it goes to duel 5, they'll both stay stealthed and try to find each other. And then rogue or druid versus any other class, stealth class gets the opener. So hunters are not allowed to stand on a flare or trap at the beginning of the duel. Hunters are allowed 20-yard range before the duel starts. Warriors must be allowed the first charge unless they're against a stealth class. Rogue cannot stall while stealth for more than 1 minute. No outside buffs, that means no world buffs, no other class buffs. Warriors have to clear all their rage before the duel starts. Players are allowed maximum 3 minutes between duels to get cooldowns back and to heal up to full. Players between rounds will be given a minimum of 10 minutes if they want to get their cooldowns back, but if they are ready to go, they can go earlier than that. I don't think we'll worry about griefing. I don't think we should have to. Just, don't be an idiot. And shamans, you cannot drop a grounding totem before the duel starts. And no, warlocks cannot sack a voidwalker before the duel starts. Or is that only versus warrior? Let's just say no voidwalker sacrifice before the duel starts in any matchup.
Okay.
Sound good to everyone?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Quick question. Apparently, like, this Halloween food is stronger than like mage food in water.
Oh, the 2% one?
It's 3% a second and then 25 seconds. So it's like stronger than the food and the water.
See,
basically,
let's just
once
all
you really
use
look at it.
mage conjured shit.
Yeah.
Alright, if you really want to go MLG and get the extra 200 mana with a biscuit rather than conjured water, then by all means, I think.
All right, I'm gonna go hop over in the casting desk. We'll get started in a second here.
Wow, and show people what it's all about, and hopefully people will really love it.
100%. Well said. If anybody ever wants me to help with an event, whether it's promoting it or just shoutcasting, I'd be more than happy to anyway. So.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much for introducing the event, everyone. I will see you guys on the caster desk.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for
Yeah.
joining us today. Look forward to watching you duel.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
All right, so I'm going to drop back up the channel. I'm going to let them know that whenever they're ready, you can drop down the flag, and then I'm going to join you guys back at the caster.
Sounds great. See you guys in the caster desk.
All right, guys. I think we are all set and ready to go. So whenever you guys want to drop that flag down, we will start the duel tournament. So I want to wish everyone good luck, and I'm really happy to see everyone who showed up.
Probably won't be much chat interaction today. I'm going to make it as official as possible. Probably not going to play music either as much as I'd like to. I think it's more official, especially with co-casters, if I just kind of, have that sound space open. Should be a good day.
All right, so here we go. Duel number 1 started between Shelto and Brostradamus. Brostradamus immediately going to get what looks like Rocket Helm, that he's going to go ahead and follow this up with the banish onto the pet, and now here he is putting these curse of elements onto Brostradamus. Brostradamus still being CC'd here. A huge soul fire to follow it up, and now it's going to get followed up with an immediate immolate shadow burn, and is even going to be placed back onto him. These dots are taken away to him. He's going to go for a death coil fear to try and get back control of this duel, but the silence going to follow him up, and it's just going to be too much for Brostradamus to come back. Very beautifully played by Shelto.
Yeah, not a lot of instant casts being used there, which you'd expect from the Warlock matchup. Just a lot of curses, death coils, and that kind of be the determining factor in this matchup. Very early Rocket Helm. I like what I see with the CC and the Soulfire. I think it's a good way to go in this matchup. The Warlock doesn't really have a way to stop that. And as an Orc anyway, if they were undead, things like the Seduce would be less effective, but they're using Fell Hunters anyway, so that wouldn't be an issue in this particular matchup due to them both being Orc.
I did actually miss the very start of that duel, but I'm not sure why Brostradamus did not devour the Rocket Helm off himself with the Fell Hunter.
Oh, that's an interesting interaction. I didn't know that would even that was even
So you can
synergy.
you can devour off the imp counter spell from mages. I'm assuming you can do the same thing with the blanket from Fellhunter. That's a consideration.
That doesn't work with the spell lock.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean these small little interactions. Once you realize that the Rocket Helm is a magic debuff, you know that the Bellhunter can eat it up. But honestly, until you did that, I think about a week ago, I didn't know that was a magic debuff. So I think that it's just one of those small nuances that veteran players already know about, and newer players are still adapting to.
Warlock's in the building. Fell Hunter seems the ideal way to go. You know, being able to dispel certain magics. Is there any merit to Succubus at all?
For this matchup, I wouldn't ever go with Succubus just because you can dispel Seduce off of yourself. You can also interrupt the Seduction cast.
That makes sense. Do you think you'd probably consider that though in more melee-based matchups and otherwise, or do you think you'd opt for the Voidwalker?
Definitely the Voidwalker or the Succubus are both viable. It really depends. Against an undead rogue, I would probably go with the Voidwalker. But if they are Orc or some other race, then the Succubus is really strong.
Fair play. This is going to be the second duel, and this is best of 5 at all points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is going to be best of 5 at all points for this tournament. And I think in the future, if we get more turnout, we're going to be forced into making sure that it is a best of 3 just because of time constraints. But for the time being, it's going to be a best of 5, so it's going to add a little bit more intricacies to the duels, and it's going to allow people to be able to cycle through their 10-minute duels. So I'm excited to see how this turns out.
Duel 2, they probably have their Death Coil back at this point. Very short cooldown, not a very cooldown dependent class. It's going to be, some are just more dependent than others. You know, that Warrior feeling the brunt of that with their 30-minute cooldowns. Both these players getting that Shadow Word on themselves, the Death Coil coming out immediately. And the opponent is going to get feared in the opposite direction. The dots are being cycled on them. And there is the Dragonling there that's going to be summoned and just beating on the Warlock, knocking back their cast just a little bit. This is an even fight. There is a Curse of Tongues on Brostradamus, and the Curse of Agony on Schlitzo. So this is going to be a little bit different. There's going to be a difference in what curses are being put down on Brostradamus, getting very low right now. There's the Spellstone. What do you guys want to do with that one?
Oh, beautiful Spellstone from Chell to be able to cleanse off all of these dots that are ticking away at him. Unfortunately, though, this pet and this Dragonling just wailing away at him. He's going to get Blanket Silence, and it's going to be Sheltso, actually, who takes the duel here, even though the Dragonling just smacking him down. Very, very beautifully played from Sheltso to take down duel number 2 between him and Sheltso. Sheltso, again, with those low health silences, really just continue to apply the pressure and make sure that he's able to take these duels.
Now, I'm glad you know what? The second I said it, I was like, oh, that doesn't matter here, and I prefer that so much more. The Spellstone's totally fine. When I first saw that, I was like, because we were just talking about those tournament rules without Spellstone, I was like, oh, fuck, we just saw a Spellstone. But that's the type of stuff I actually like to see. That makes the differences in these duels. One Warlock used a Spellstone, the other didn't. That's a huge absorb. That easily can determine the outcome of that duel. It's one of the reasons I do like to see that.
Yeah, being able to use that Spellstone efficiently, not just for the absorb, but also to remove as many magic debuffs as possible. Also keep in mind it removes magic buffs as well, so you do want to wait a little bit to not clear your demon armor 15 shadow resistance.
Now here's something I didn't see on my unit frames any corruption. Is that because they don't want to risk it with the Fell Hunter? They can't afford the GCD. I believe I only saw curses in that.
It may have just been that they used corruption and it got dispelled immediately. I'm not sure. I would always keep corruption up in this matchup.
I imagine that must have been what was dispelled there.
Yeah, so both these players going to take full advantage of this refractory period to get back their death quells and hopefully get their spell zones if needed. And it looks like Rostradamus still has access to his Goblet Rocket Helm, so I'd like to see what he's going to be able to do with it. I saw that last week Funky Pot was really clever with his use of it, and he actually used it to control the Fell Hunter to kind of create some really big tempo plays, stop the beating from that pet, and also stop these dispels coming off, so he keep the punishment going in his favor. So I'd really like to see Rostradamus try and take advantage of that and hopefully pick off a duel here between him and Shelto. But Shelto playing so beautifully, so strong, so it's really up to him to lose this duel. And now Rostradamus coming in here, trying to do his best to gain advantage of this, but Shelto's still full health. He's actually got a health advantage, and now he's going to get Shadow Burned and Silenced, and it's really, really up to Rostradamus to win this. He's going to get Death Coiled, though. The Sphere's going to land is what it looks like, but no, he's instead going for the Shadow Burn, and he's going to put these dots onto Shelto, and Rostradamus very, very far behind. It looks like this Destro Warlock is doing great work, and he's just going to crit him down.
Yeah, man, so much pressure there from Shelto. Rostradamus just could not handle that burst.
He didn't even get a dot until he was about halfway. It was just so explosive. Schletzo actually just starting with that Cursive Tongues just to make sure that he is going to be casting faster here so he can get the upper hand with the Fears, with the potential Shadow Bolt. It didn't come down to that. It was just a lot of burst. He whittled him down with those dots, and he had his dots up for most of the fight comparatively to that Rostradamus not really getting the agony on him until nearly the end. As a Warlock, which curse do you prefer in this matchup? Agony or Curse of Tongues?
Typically I prefer Agony if I can amplify it, which makes it do 50% more damage, but that is on a 3-minute cooldown. And that's just too much damage to pass up most of the time. But Curse of Tongues is also really good, especially against the Destro spec, because it makes it harder to get that immolate off.
Okay, and now it looks like it's Zava versus Rostradamus, versus Shelto, because Shelto was able to take this duel here. So I'm gonna hop down and let them know that it's gonna be Shelto versus Zava next, and I think I am up after that. So we'll just keep going down the line and follow.
Zava, a warrior I've seen fight on Henhouse quite a bit. Warrior might not be the best 1-versus-1 class, but you're gonna have to take him seriously. Good warrior here.
And I can't inspect him here to see which items he's using, but up against the Warlock, I'm sure he would love to have the Shadow Reflector. I'm not sure if he has one. And we'll see what other tricks he can pull out of the bag.
See what sword he's sitting on here. The infamous sword. We're seeing that on many a player, I feel like. And we had mentioned it earlier, but I'm seeing a lot more of those. I had wondered if maybe the proc was stronger, because I felt like I didn't see that sword as often on private servers as I have here. I hadn't heard about it being stronger here in any way, shape, or form, but he is going with a sword and board right now. No, I think he's maybe just messing with his macro, perhaps. But you see, he does have that the one-hander enchanted with the Crusader. Oh, he's thought he was potentially getting a little rage there, just scaring him.
I think he's just messing around, testing out.
I think so too. I thought it was gonna kill him for a second. That was really good cancel auto there. It only taken one.
Okay, so Shelto would be entitled to up to 10 minutes before this second round, but he says he's good, he's ready to go. He doesn't really have any long cooldowns. So we can get started here. I think since they are opposite faction, they're just going to have to start fighting. I guess Zava will just have to charge when he's ready.
All right, this is where boneless seed. So I'm just gonna let him. Well,
Oh, it looks like they are able to duel. Somehow
Excellent.
Shelso is unflagged.
I wasn't sure how that would work because sometimes when you're flagged, you're not able to duel like that. I'm glad that that's not an issue for us.
Yeah, I guess because this is not a real zone that's meant to be accessible. He didn't get flagged.
yeah, that's interesting. I do see people starting to get deflagged here, which is really, really cool. So I'm actually really, really happy to see that. So Shelto here going to get the duel started. So I'm going to drop down there, let them know that they're able to start whenever.
Looks like they are
starting
starting.
right now. And the charge goes out. He's making sure to hamstring. He does have that one-hander out with the Skull of Impending Doom, but he did not trigger it before the Succubus got their Seduce off. So now we're seeing a full Soul Flyer from the Warlock here. Let's see how much it does. Oh my fuck! It just did 75% of his life. He bursts him down immediately. And that Warrior is not going to be able to even play today. The Warlock has come and he has brought the pain.
And that
yeah,
just
it looks
shows you.
like Shelto was ready to play there. Holy shit. That Soulfire crit was absolutely absurd.
Like I said, this warrior is really going to have to pull some tricks out of the bag here. He needs a Shadow Reflector or a Skull of Impending Doom or something just to prevent that huge burst off the start.
Did he not try to scold her? I didn't catch that one.
He had it in his hand, but it wasn't activated in time. See, he had the right theory, but that Seduce came out quicker than they expected.
Okay.
Looks like Zava here is going to go here and put the flag down. Shelto is allowed 3 minutes. So I will let him know that before the duel starts.
Yeah, he's definitely going to want to wait for that Death Coil. We'll see if he even cares about Amplify Curse. Or I guess he didn't even use Amplify Curse there, so it's really just the Death Coil that he's waiting for.
All right. Yeah. I think we need to allow Boneless to be able to come into the channel here. So I'm going to drag him down here, hopefully, and then that way we can have a little bit more easy time to communicate between cross faction because it is a little difficult. So give me a second here. Hey, Boneless.
What's up?
Just letting you know that Shelto is managing to he's taking full use of the 3-minute refractory period. So he's just going to wait for his Death Goal to come back before the duel starts. So
Sounds good to me.
all right, I just figured it would be easier for you to communicate that information to the Alliance than I would.
Zava has his work cut out for him. I see he has the two-hander on right now. They're just going to start it up once again. Warlock maybe even not even necessarily deciding that they need the Death Coil right now. We don't see the one-handed Skull of Impending Doom. He's going right for the two-handed play right now. He actually just puts the Rocket Helmet on, but he does get Seduce as well. The Rocket Helmet does have a longer duration, but they get out of it quite quickly. Both of them actually did not last a full duration at all. The Warriors actually trying to go for the Succubus, and they're very close to being able to kill him. They do. The Death Coil comes out, and the Warrior has to do something here to try to take this one. Do they even have intercept? That's the question.
Beautiful, beautiful Shadow Reflector. He's actually going to Shadow Burn himself, and here this dot is actually doing a lot on him. He's going to pop the AGM here. This corruption is taken away. He's already down to 20%, so he's going to try and do something here and milk what he's got left here on this play. So Shelto doing the best that he can. He's going to be able to take this duel number 2 here. I figured that once he got into him, he was going to be able to knock him down, but very, very beautifully played from both of them. I mean, I'm blown away.
Neither the Seduce or the Rocket Helmet lasted as long as you maybe would have liked it to. Rocket Helmet still having about 20 seconds, Seduce still having about 14. You would have loved to see from the Warrior that lasting, in theory, that should have lasted longer. He should have been able to recharge at that point, potentially, unless the Succubus kept him in combat, which it very likely would have, but it would have given him an opportunity to kill that. It's a shame that those CCs didn't last as long as either player would have really liked. I think Zava would have had a better chance had it. That being said, he did manage to kill the Succubus, a reasonable play for, trying to prevent the Seduce and full Shadow Bolts and such later on. But it just wasn't quite enough.
We also saw a huge Aftermath proc there, which is just a complete random chance slow on Destro's spells, and it really came in big there because the Warrior was not able to close that gap.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that AGM was, in my opinion, I thought that was going to be a saving grace, but it seemed like there just wasn't enough pressure being placed on by that Warrior onto Shelto here at the end, and so Shelto was just able to I get a couple of bursts and burn him down, but I really loved that Shadow Reflector to eat that Shadow Burn and force Shelto down to like, I want to say 40% health from 70. It looked like a crit.
Yeah, that Shadow Reflector was good, but I think he's honestly going to have to reflect the Death Coil if he wants to win this matchup. The Shadow Burn just isn't good enough.
Yeah, Skull of Impending. I think he had the right idea the first duel with that potential Skull of Impending Doom play. Just to knock him out of that CC would have been pretty tremendous. I mean, it was a good try with the rocket helmet too. That nearly worked as well. The Seduce came out immediately after, which was always going to be the case just because the pet is invis and waiting for you. It's a tough matchup for the Warrior. What isn't, I guess, at the end of the day, it comes down to you having to bring the right tools and play at peak performance in order to beat some of these classes in a 1 versus 1.
Coming down to the 1 minute mark between the next duel.
All right. 1 minute mark between the next duel. Okay.
So Zava's going to be desperate here. He needs to win this one, so we might see the big 30-minute cooldown. I don't believe he's used it yet.
No big 30-minute cooldown, and that's one of the things that I really like about these tournaments without the resets is when do you use those 30-minute cooldowns? Do you use them to swing the secondary matchup? The third, what here the charge is going to come down. He puts the hamstring down. He is going to be seduced, but he has the Skull of Impending Doom. He breaks out of it, stops the first aid right away. The grenade is not going to connect from the Warlock, but they do get the immolate off after the Seduce comes out for a second time.
And this Shadow Bolt's going to be landing huge here. This Immolate going to follow it up. This Death Coil going to follow it up. This Searing Pain going to follow it up. He's going to get a third one. And it looks like he's going to go here for this AoE Fury. He's going to try and kill this pet as quickly as possible because he knows that if he can't kill this pet, he is dead here. So now
there's Recklessness.
He's going to try and do what he can, but it's too little, too late. And Shelt's going to take duel number 3 here.
A good try. Going for the Succubus kill play again, trying to alleviate some of that pressure. But at the end of the day, Warlock was in a pretty comfortable position at the end of that. Recklessness or not.
I think the Recklessness there was just too little too late. He really should have used it in one of the previous duels where he had the Rocket Helmet or the Shadow Reflector and possibly take at least 1 game off of Shelto. Because using it in the last couple seconds of the final duel, it's just not going to do anything.
And Zava even mentioned to me, he was saying that he had tab targeted to a caster, level 1, which... that makes me feel bad. I hope it wasn't me. To keep that in mind, maybe back off just a little bit more. I've always felt tab target has been pretty reliable in classic compared to retail. I've always felt that in retail, when I tab target, it just targets a random mob around me, whereas traditionally, not that I've played with that, I have a good feeling of how consistent tab target is on private servers. But on classic, but on private servers, it was usually consistent in tabs. Like it felt like you had a pretty good feel of it, where you could tab to the closest to you. But I haven't played with it as much on. I've tab target a lot, but I haven't really kept a mental note if it was as precise. It's felt pretty good, but there's always that possibility it's just going to go to someone else that's close by.
Main thing I've noticed is just the range is further on classic than on my experience on private servers. So in dungeons, especially, you gotta be careful. You just tab target the next pack that you haven't pulled yet.
Oh, a good point. Make sure as us as casters that we are unflagged if possible. I think that would prevent the aggressive tab targeting. It would prio, I think, to the aggressor at that point.
Well, I flagged it on and off, so hopefully I'll be able to drop the PvP here. So it looks like I am versus Nismo here, so I'm going to let you guys take it over here. I'm going to be swapping my trinkets before we start this duel, and get this on the way, and maybe I can take this.
Hey, good luck. This is one of my favorite matchups here. Nismo looks like they have a very I thought it said 5k HP at first. It looks like more like 3k. Sasuke at the advantage with about 3,900 here, nearly 4k. Very geared rogue. This should be a good one here. One of my favorite matchups. So you're going to be looking, folks, for the blinds here, the cold snaps, the ice blocks. These are going to be some of the big things that are determining the outcomes of these duels. Now, I tend to think rogue may be a little more cooldown dependent, perhaps. Still has a chance of taking this one home.
Yeah, it's really about trading the big cooldowns here. Also, both players have several gadgets equipped, both of them with the Skull of Impending Doom, Nismo with the rocket helm. We'll see how those work out.
All right, the duel's going to start. The kidney shot comes out, and they blink out of it immediately. But they are going to get a sheep off. He's going to sprint, and he has a skull of impending doom, so he's able to blink out of it, and immediately, Mage getting quite low here at about half HP already. They need to force a cooldown, but that crit was just too much. The panic was too real. Now, they were playing it safe. They were waiting to use Ice Block for the blind, but sometimes you see so much pressure, you nearly need to sooner. But the problem with that is then the rogue just blinds immediately after. Sasuke's in a very good position now because he not only won the first duel, but he really didn't have to blow those cooldowns to do so. So moving forward in this turn, or in this particular matchup versus Nismo, he's going to be feeling comfortable in taking at least the next match because of how many cooldowns he has.
And that cold blood is huge, especially with the Eviscerates going for 2k on a Clothy. It makes a huge difference. And with the 3-minute interval, Sasuke can wait for that cold blood to come up every single duel.
One thing I really have to point out here is Nismo had the rocket helm equipped, but he went for the hard cast on the polymorph, which just makes it so obvious and so easy for Sasuke to pop the Skull of Impending Doom. And with only 3k HP, you just have to have that element of surprise and that quick thinking.
It feels so squishy. You feel so squishy as a 4k HP mage. You nearly feel it feels mandatory to be frost still, without a doubt. If you see a mage that squishy without ice barrier, it's just like fresh meat. He'll still have everything available to him. Now, the Skull of Impending Doom is a fairly short cooldown, but he very well might not have it this time because I believe that is a 5-minute. And this will very likely be starting before that. So that might be a tool Sasuke does not have in this next duel. So the mage will have the ability to sheep more freely.
Yeah, we're going to see how these long class cooldowns are going to work out. Neither class has used their 10-minute cooldown reset. The prep and the cold snap are still on the table here.
Yeah, prep, cold snap. He's got the he'll at that point have the double vanish. Should even have the sprint up by then. Get out of some of those slows pending spec. And I actually probably can even see this spec here, which is really great about details. Is one thing I probably should look at specs every once in a while, a little bit more often.
Hey Jeff, man, I've talked with North about this extensively. He has his biases, but you often hear that mage versus rogue is sort of the quintessential duel. It's symbolic of classic PvP, and it's a very equal, balanced duel. Do you feel like one of them has an edge in phase one?
I feel as the mage, if you can't reach those high HP totals, the rogue has the advantage just breaking through that armor, especially if they get some good daggers and swords early on, just piercing through that very low amount of HP. So maybe I'm biased with the mage. Just being a mage player, I'm not sure, but I want to say rogue in phase one, just because they already have some of these major weapon upgrades to help them break through these low HP totals. And I couldn't agree more. One of my favorite matchups, this back and forth, it's not a rock, paper, scissors so much, but this duel is going to get started here. Going with the cheap shot immediately. He's not going to blink it. He's waiting for the kidney. Puts the Frost Nova down. The first vanish is going to come out as he opens back up onto the mage here. Trying to find him with the Arcane Explosion. Let's see if they're successful. He's waiting. There he is. Perfect moment. There's the Arcane Explosion. He needs to blink away from this. Now there's the secondary vanish. The preparation has been used. The mage still has the Ice Block. They still have so much under their belt, but there's such a low value of HP. If they get found, they get killed. And they are going to get found. The rogue utilizing their prep there as well, just not really doing it defensively but offensively, knowing that he could burst that mage very likely with an ambush where their HP was at. Now maybe we could have seen like a really fast first aid to force the rogue out in some way, shape, or form, and then a blink perhaps, maybe mana shield and a bandage. At the end of the day, there was probably too much damage done to the Nismo here at that point. And unless he did something fancy with Rocket Helmet and then a Sheep, that would have been probably the only play. I don't like that we haven't seen Rocket Helmet used yet. That's a big one, and you could rotate in another helmet with more stats or otherwise. Hopefully we see it in this third duel.
I've noticed he's unequipped the rocket helmet, so I'm not sure if he actually used it and we just didn't see it, or if he's deciding he just doesn't want to use it at all. Nismo really just holding on to his cooldowns here, and he's about to lose if he loses this duel. So he might have something big planned here, or just drop.
I'm guilty of that myself sometimes, of trying to find the absolute perfect moment to pop a cooldown and then and then not popping at all. Because
Yeah, it seems like he's just getting
so careful.
overwhelmed by Sasuke's pressure. So much damage with the rogue with those epic weapons. Doesn't give him a chance to think.
Do you guys think that the 3-minute refractory period between duels, as well as the inclusion of Disloyalty, is a usable consumable? Does that swing the matchup in any meaningful direction?
I think that's big for the rogue. The mage, sure, they'd get some. I guess they'd get more ice blocks, which is big. And, you know, you're probably not going to see multiple cold snaps anyway. Maybe if it was a longer series. I think that might favor the rogue and some of these other classes that favor these short cooldowns. Something that, you know, we'll have to look at this in the future and be like, okay, do we like this 3-minute refractory period? I think if anything, it would get a bit much for the bigger the tournaments get. I think it's really nice to dissect the duels individually, because otherwise sometimes on Henhouse there was no time for that, which can be very nice, but something to take into consideration in the future for sure. Might favor rogue though, but the mage getting ice block back is quite crucial, which they very well might if here we go, the cheap shot comes down. They're down to 20% already going to layer that kidney shot, but that kidney shot will get blinked immediately. There goes the polymorph, but the Skull of Impending Doom is going to break him out of it immediately because he is quite quick with that, and he saw the polymorph coming from afar. The rank 1 Frostbolt comes out, slows him down. The rocket helmet's going to reset this just a little bit. The rogue opens back up on him. The Frost Nova comes out. He's going to vanish it and then open back up onto this mage. The mage is going to ice barrier, try to find him with the arcane explosion, but they're not able to. They blink away because they're feeling so pressured right now. The Arcanite Dragling just breathing fire from afar, motherfucker, and he is just trying to get away right now. The secondary blind, or the first blind, is going to come down. He's going to ice block it, but there is still a cold snap that can refresh that once again. The secondary Frost Nova comes out. The full Frostbolt for the Shatter Crit combo is going to connect. The Iron Grenade, there's no time for it. There is, even though it seemed like there wasn't going to be, it is going to connect. As soon as he's stunned, though, he blinks out of it. He still has that Dragon Whelpling beating down on him from afar. That range DPS actually adding up just a little bit. But Sasuke's in a vulnerable position. This might go on to the next series here. And he doesn't have advantage. He has nothing less. He's at 2%, and the Kona Cold is enough to finish him off.
Very impressive there from Nismo. He finally was able to just grasp control of the duel. He used one ice block there, but he still has his second one. I believe he used Cold Snap as well, so he won't be able to do a double Frost Nova or anything like that, but he does have an ice block remaining for this next duel.
What do you think the turning point was there? Because Sasuke was able to get that skull off on that sheep attempt and then was able to vanish successfully. Could you pick out like a time where you think the control turned over to the mage?
I think it was a nice grenade pretty early on there, and then he blinked away, just gave himself some space and got those rank 1 frost bolts.
Yeah, the fact that he had the cold snap for this one is going to be huge. So this does get him a win on the board. That was a good grenade as well. I wasn't sure if it was going to land, but when the grenade landed, it was a big moment in that duel. Now, something to note: the mage had cold snap. The rogue didn't have prep that one, and that's big. Both those classes like these cooldowns a lot, and at the end of the day, it can just determine the matchup just if they have these things. And in this particular duel, there was no preparation, but there was a cold snap. So it's going to be interesting what these players do when neither of them have these massive tools at their disposal.
Also, one misplay there. I believe Sasuke, when he used the rocket helmet, he wasn't able to get a full stealth reset, and I think that was due to the pets. I think he had the Dragonling out, and that broke the rocket helm on Nismo. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Nizzle Eyes blocked out of it.
Did Nismo block the rocket helm? Or was that was the blind he used the ice block?
Yeah, I think the blind.
Oh, maybe, yeah. I'm not sure if it was one or the other. Maybe it was both.
We're approaching the 60-second mark to the next duel now. Final preparations for the players.
that one got me hyped. This is one of my favorite matchups, and for good reason. There's a lot of explosiveness happening in it. There's a lot of things to commentate on, just because there's a lot of play and counterplay, and a lot of these things are visual. You see the polymorphs come out, you see the ice blocks, you see the visual of the cold snap. You see there's double vanishes, or with the two vanishes, there's two blinds. All these things, it's very easy to tell what's going on, and it's easy to cast it. Some of these matchups, when it's like a dot-based matchup, where it's Warlock versus Warlock or Priest versus Warlock, sometimes it's just these dots doing the work, and then you can cast things like, oh, the Fear, or they got their mana burning, or things like that. But I feel like with the Rogue versus Mage matchup, there's a lot to talk about. And in some of those dot-based matchups, you don't feel there's that explosiveness. It's harder to really regurgitate some of that information.
The gear discrepancy is pretty high here too. If you take a look at Nismo, he's rocking just kind of the basic Prebis loadout. It's good to see him putting a win up on the board, you know, with this kind of eye level or power level, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, those epic weapons are coming in huge for Sasuke. He's just able to just do so much damage. Yeah, like you said, Jeff, this duel is all about control, and it's so fast-paced. It's very exciting to see. And we'll see who can take this duel number 4.
Yeah, good luck, contestants. The ice barrier is refreshed here. I'd imagine we're going to see the cheap shot opener going forward. Always a possibility for ambush. You don't see a lot of Garros.
The other option is for Sasuke to sap and just wait for that ice barrier to fall off.
You don't see that a lot, actually, which I'm surprised at. Here is the sap right now.
You listening?
Interestingly, that it actually procced crippling poison. No, just going right into the cheap shot, kind of going in front of him, kind of anticipating the blink. Very smart right now. Positioning himself, but Eviscerate gets the mage very low. Secondary cheap shot comes out after that, as they're going to blink out of it immediately, try to put the rank 1 frostbolt down. But it's just as slow. It's not going to be enough. Here comes the first ice block, but if there's a blind, it's over. He still has, there it is, there's the Frost Nova. He tries to silence as well, just keep him in combat, but the blind is there. He's got 5 full seconds there. Sasuke playing this one very safely, just getting the first aid, or using the first aid here. There's the cheap shot, there's the blink, but the Eviscerate's enough to kill him, even if the blink goes off.
Yeah, not even going for the full sap and reset. He knows he can just cheap shot and finish it off right there. Very well played by Sasuke.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out from the Eviscerate right off of the bat from the original opener. I feel like just in the combo, probably did about 70 or so % of the mage's HP. Very intimidating. It's hard to not start to panic at that. It's hard not to panic ice block at that point. It's you know, whether when they open up on you again or otherwise, it's hard to save that ice block for blind, which is really what you'd like to do.
Yeah, and he was forced to ice block there right after he blinked, so he wasn't able to wait for that cooldown, and that's what allowed the blind to come out. He wasn't able to create that space.
Space created.
Yeah, I was so what I was doing is I'm not allowed to stall for more than a minute. I had 50 seconds left on that skull, so I just waited for the skull to be up before I opened. That's what I was doing.
Taking full advantage of the rules there. There's nothing wrong with that. Very smart.
And here's the bracket, if anyone was wondering as well.
So now I believe it is Muddy versus Zenov. Here, duel number 4, right? Yeah, that was duel number 3, so that'll be duel number 4. I'm gonna let the players know.
Sounds good. Neither particular player familiar to me here, so it'll be an opportunity to check out their skill.
Muddy has been in on a couple duel tournaments on this server so far. He's done pretty well. I believe Sasuke, you fought him in the last fight night last Friday, right?
That was Dextros, actually.
Oh, right. That was Dextros.
Yeah. Pulling out those clutch wins at 5% health against Muddy to be able to pull up the victory.
Yeah, he actually got reverse swept there. That was a very exciting match.
Hand of Edward the Odd. That's what I like to see. That's cheeky.
All right, so it looks like these duels are going to have to be to the death here between these two players. So we'll have to have Boneless Heat to do the countdowns in chat for us, and then he can hopefully hop back in. So
Yeah, I'm gonna hop into the other Discord.
The first duel is going to get started between these two contestants. They do sap successfully, interestingly applying the crippling poison as well, which I'm not sure if that should be the case or not, but maybe Rose can tell me after here. Going with the cheap shot opener immediately, not doing nearly as much as that swishy cloth. You can tell he has a higher value of armor, maybe lesser weapons as well. Immediately kidney shotting, going back in front of the shaman just to gouge and reset here.
And it looks like this gouge is going to break here early because he used the sap, so now Muddy is going to be forced into his blind here, and Zenov here just going to break him down is what it looks like. He's already down to 60% health. Hopefully Muddy can get a flash heal. He's going to go for the sap here, but again, this gouge is going to DR the sap as well, along with paired with this other sap. So hopefully this gouge, or this blind, there's the sap. So now he's going to break out. He can be able to use it.
Wait. There's been a truce on the field. Both players want to split the pot, and so they are going to just call it a truce next duel.
Oh, it looks like maybe the duel was started a little bit too early, and so Muddy's just saying, hey, please hold on a second. So we might need a 5-minute period.
We could go to the next duel. You know, this is something we can consider for the future. While we're doing the 3-minute or 5-minute potential intermission, maybe it would take more organizing, and maybe it's not worth it, but it could be worth considering going on to next duels at that point. But that might be a little bit sloppy, perhaps, having to think about which series, which series is at in terms of wins to losses.
I believe Zenov just used blind and evasion there, so those should both be up in less than 2 minutes. We could just wait.
Blind is about a 5-minute cooldown, and then if he has an improved, it's 3.5 minutes.
I guess my add-on is lying to me here. Says 139. We can just ask him when he's ready. Is he in Discord?
Yeah. He's up in the Discord channel.
I'll glance at the shaman's gear once again. Let's see what we're working with. He's got quite a bit of HP, actually. About 3,900, which is almost as much. It's hard to get more than 4K at this point. With a lot of classes without having help from your talent trees. So I like where his HP totals are at. Really trying to stack that stamina up. Barav Peasant Collar are always going to be a viable trinket, probably even better versus casters and hunters, but always a viable option for just a little bit extra damage.
It also can keep that rogue in combat and prevent those resets, force him to use a vanish instead of just getting the re-stealth off.
Very true. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Wouldn't mind a Dragonling either. That's both good options. One being, I didn't actually know that Dragon was ranged. I always thought it was melee. I didn't quite see those animations on private servers so vividly of it breathing fire from afar. I at least saw that one did that we were. I don't know if that was Mithril or Arcanite. I imagine it would be Arcanite to have that extra level of power, but I didn't know that that was actually ranged.
Yeah, Arcanite Dragonling you really don't see very often just because it's so expensive. It costs a lot of Arcanite bars, but it is strong, does a lot of damage, and does that ranged flame breath, which also I believe increases fire damage taken by the target.
Correct. It also, so it pairs up really well. So if you decide that you want to use Goblin Sapper charges, it's really good to just pop that Dragonling early in the duel, so that way when that Goblin Sapper charge comes out, it hits for about 100 more damage, and it really has an impact. So.
That is the big baller item. People really come into these tournaments well prepared so far. Lots of engineering. These things aren't cheap. The Shadow Reflector, Fire Reflector, lots of Dark Iron bars, Arcanite Dragonling cost several Arcanite bars, and those are like 60 gold each. So people really coming prepared.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see how this duel turns out. I'm not sure if Muddy has an Arcanite Dragonling himself. He doesn't have it equipped right now if he does, but Dragonling it's not you cannot sheep it, you cannot fear it, you cannot, I don't know if you can stun it. but you definitely can't sheep it or fear it, which is really, really impactful against these caster matchups. So definitely a really, really important item to use, especially early on in these duel tournaments, because you might not be able to use it in the next round. So I'm really excited to see how this one turns out. Hopefully both of these players are ready. I'm going to hop down and check here real quick.
Hey, sounds good. I think that's one of the things that makes this style of tournament interesting is the fact that you do need to plan those cooldowns accordingly. You know, you're thinking about all series long. You're not just able to blow your load, so to speak, every duel. As much as we all love to do that, it's more calculation. It's when do I want to blow this 30-minute cooldown? When do I want to burn this 10-minute cooldown? Do I need it right now? Do I want to save this for the next matchup so I can secure a secondary win or potentially reverse sweep? More decisions are being made as a result of not being able to just blow everything every cooldown.
Muddy's being really smart here with his totem placement. He's putting them so far apart so that Zenov is forced to run such a far distance if he wants to take them all out while Muddy is sapped, and he's just not going to have enough time. He's going to have to choose which totems he's going to go for. I think Muddy wants these alliance players to get out of the way so his steering totem does not attack them instead of Zenov.
Yeah, I like
Should
the
be ready
totem
to go
placement.
here.
Whenever you see all the totems down right where the duel starts, it's a little disheartening because it's like you said, you like to see those further away. You want to make the rogue work for it. You still want to be in range of especially the poison cleansing, which is probably the most important. But seeing these spread out a little bit is definitely encouraging as we see this duel about to get started. We do see the rogue stealth up, so I'd imagine time is nigh. The first sap is going to come down as he potentially clears out some of these totems. Minimally really needs to get the poison cleansing, which is going to be gone now, giving him a clean blind if he so needs it. But he doesn't get the reopener off there. He does get a gouge, and there's a net as well. He tries to put down the Gnomish Death Ray, and we do see a fair bit of damage coming out, but that Shaman returned it immediately. The Vanish is going to come out with a cheap shot afterwards. He's getting very low. Nature Swiftness Healing Touch heals him back up, but this is almost over.
Yeah, Muddy so far in the back foot, but Zenov getting slowly poked down. He's getting whittled away. I'd like to see Muddy try and go for a heal here, but it looks like it's all but over now. The steering totem keeping him in combat. He's going to be able to take duel number one here between him and Muddy. Beautifully played by the Rogue. Richard, really, really even matchup, actually. This is one of these duels that I really love to do as a Rogue. I gotta say, Shaman versus Rogue is one of these really tough skill matchups that if the Rogue understands how to get rid of these totems and try and place like an early set of pressure, which he did here with that Gnomish Death Ray, it's gonna be really, really fun to see. So very beautifully played by Zenov. Very well-deserved victory. Muddy, again, doing if you saw what he was doing earlier before the duel started, he likes to spread out his totems so that way, and he stands about 20 yards away, so that way if the Rogue decides to go for that sap opener, what ends up happening is he can't get the reopener on him. He can only clear maybe one or about two totems, and he's got to re-stealth, and even then that might be not enough time because of the amount of distance required to close.
Yeah, Muddy actually got a huge kidney shot resist there at about 20% HP, and I thought maybe he would have a chance of bringing it back, but ultimately it wasn't enough. That one really came down to the wire.
Yeah,
We're not seeing any resist coming out from the Orc, which is always nice for our Rogue friend. Could easily determine one of these duels if the cheap shots are ignored. Is it worth mentioning, boys, to have our non-casters back up a little bit for a little bit cleaner view?
Yeah, that would be great.
Zava ushering him out just a little bit.
I think Slushy's here just to res Muddy if he does lose the duel, so it's fine if he's pretty close, but yeah, it looks like we're almost good to go here. I guess just waiting on Zenov's cooldowns.
Yeah, I mean, what did you guys think of that duel? Did you? I mean, I feel like both of these players played it about as well as they could have. Maybe Muddy could have done a little bit more to try and create some space between him and the Rogue here, but I gotta say, Zenov did a really good job of applying just so much pressure on him so early on that it was just honestly really, really hard to recover from it. That Netomatic and that Death Ray just absolutely pummeling him, really creating so much space for the Rogue to take over that duel.
Yeah, Muddy actually got pretty fortunate there with the early sap break, but he wasn't really able to take advantage of it. And Zenov thought very fast with the net into Death Ray. That was pretty much instant as soon as he realized. So we'll see what Muddy can do here to maybe turn this one around.
Really separating his totems about as much as he can. Just going to be the center of all of them, making him run to all corners of the dueling field to take those down. As long as he gets the poison cleansing and like a searing, he's in a pretty good position. The rogue, those are the two main ones, but he should have time for more of them potentially if he plans this proper. Now, something to note though, last time he tried to get greedy and kill every one of the totems, he ran out of time with the sap here. The shaman is about as far away as you could imagine right now from the totems. I think honestly this rogue needs to just settle for the 2 and re-stealth up here. He brought it back in again. That is not good for our rogue friend here. He is able to start our open back up onto the shaman here. The Earthbind totem's going to slow him a little bit. The Flame Shock is still on him, but he does get the getting shot out. 5 seconds here. The shaman is about half HP already, and the gouge comes out, resetting things a bit.
The gouge was
the come
DR'd.
out here for Muddy, and Zenov gonna try and recover here. These totems are now gonna be fully placed. He's gonna be able to create some distance here, hopefully, but the sprint comes out, and now Muddy gonna land a huge grenade, gonna land an amazing heal off, and it looks like he's almost fully reset in terms of health, and now he's got a clear casting set up for him. Lightning Shield gonna be put onto him, and Zenov gonna lose this duel very beautifully.
It all came down to that grenade there. That was huge. Gave him the full reset. He was back to almost 100% HP there. That was massive. Also, he got lucky again with the sap breaking pretty early. Zenov only went for 2 of the totems and still it broke right before he was able to open, forcing him to gouge, and then that made his second gouge DR and only lasted half as long.
Yeah, you know, honestly, it's all these small things that you don't really see, but they definitely add up, and it definitely allowed Muddy to take this duel number 2 here between the 2 of them. This is honestly one of my favorite matchups to watch. Shaman versus Rogue is another really, really tight, skilled matchup between the 2 of them. So I gotta say, Muddy playing this beautifully, Zenov playing this beautifully, and I'm really excited to see just such a tight-knit competitive series between the 2 of them.
Yeah, there's always going to be that element of RNG in any duel, but especially a duel involving an orc and a rogue. So Zenov really just has to be ready. He has to be on his feet, ready for that stun resist, and thinking, what is he going to do if this stun doesn't land? What is his backup plan?
And this rogue does have their swords, so a hemo spec of sorts. What are your thoughts? Do you prefer the dagger play style for PvP as per the meta? I would imagine. What are your thoughts, Sasuke?
I think that both of the specs are equally viable for different reasons. I think that in the rogue versus shaman matchup, because the shaman's got a shield and they have so much armor, that it's actually better to just have slightly more consistent damage. So I think that chemo is actually a better spec versus a shaman, especially because you're not committing so much energy to all these backstabs, and with all this armor reduction, these backstabs really aren't going to have nearly as much of an impact as say a mage, and I think that daggers is definitely better against the mage, especially because you have access to tools like improved sprint without having to sacrifice, tools that really allow your burst, right? Because backstab is your burst. So I think that Zenov is the right spec, especially for this matchup here. So I'm excited to see how this one will turn out.
It also really just depends on which weapons you're able to get your hands on this early on the server. If you get an epic sword or 2 epic swords, you're just kind of forced to go with the swords. But obviously if you get a dagger, you can go that backstab spec. I'm not entirely familiar with all these weapon models, so I can't tell. Can you tell which swords those are?
Yeah, that's the Dalrens. He's got the Dalrens Travel Guardian and the Dalrens. I don't remember the main name.
Right.
Yeah, he's got both of them.
Yeah, both of them got the Crusader on him as well. Hard to track down both of them, especially the main hand, I feel like, which has a particularly low drop rate.
And he's got, so it looks like he's got some double swords on him. He's got the tier 1 shoulders. He's wearing the Swift Walkers. I can't really tell what his chest is because he's wearing a tabard, but he's definitely got some gear. He's not under geared in any way, shape, or form, and obviously he's hiding his helm so he could potentially rock an helm if he needs to. So duel number 3 starting here. He's going to go for the sap, but he's probably going to go again here for at least the poison cleansing totem. He has to go for the searing totem, otherwise he's not going to be able to re-stealth here. So hopefully this is going to break early, and it is. And he's going to go for the gouge. He's going to get immediately flame shocks, and now he's no longer going to be able to stealth. And now Muddy creating this space with this Earthbind totem. He's going to go for the grenade, but it's going to get vanished here. He's going to go for the blind and hopefully a full reset onto Muddy. Here's the sap, and now he's probably going to use a bandage here. It looks like there it is. Here comes the bandage. He's going to be able to hopefully get another cheap shot here. We'll see what happens though.
He has not gotten many of his openers here. Oh, there's the cheap shot, and there comes the damage. The kidney shot's going to follow up afterwards. He didn't even need Eviscerate to do all that damage. He just did it with the raw amount of auto attack damage that comes out from the rogue there. Trying to fake cast here, is able to actually get the fake cast off and get a couple of healing waves off as well. Maybe the third had gotten interrupted, but he's still got a good amount of HP as he tries to break away here from the rogue. And the rogue is getting kited. He has Flame Shock and Frost Shock on him. The Frost Shock's going to fade, but the Earthbind Totem is still on him as well. But that Shaman does run away. They get the full chain lightning potentially and put the rogue into the dirt. The rogue was trying to run away and potentially re-stealth, but they were still in range from the chain lightning, and they were taken down. This is going to be victory number 2 for Muddy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there on that second opener from the rogue. That kidney shot must have not been 5 combo points because it only lasted about 2 seconds. Or either that or it was diminishing returns. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the thing is right, kidney shot is a 25-second cooldown, and if I'm not mistaken, you need 30 seconds. So you have to wait 5 seconds after kidney shot comes out in order to take this duel. And a couple of viewers shouting out for Muddy's favor, and I gotta say, Muddy's playing this very, very well. He's playing this very cleanly, and Dextros had a really, really tough time against Muddy, and Dextros is a very strong rogue, this only speaks to the testament of how well Muddy is playing this. I think Zenov here needs to just give up on trying to clear these totems and go for the opener, and maybe just try and get your opener based off of the energy ticks and try and blind and that way clear the totems that way, because you already are in combat and these totems will be able to be cleared. So I would like to see maybe a little bit more creative play style from him, because he is going for the same plan, each time, and Muddy's adapting here, so he needs to change his play style up in order to get this 4th duel, or it's lights out.
Yeah, he could definitely get creative here. He could maybe go for the gun or the bow shot to the totem instead of running over to it and meleeing it. Maybe time the tick so that he can shoot it before it breaks the blind or something like that. He just has to get creative here because every sap has broken early so far. He hasn't been able to get that clean opener.
Yeah, he hasn't. It's been like every one of these duels, he's kind of gone through the motions of sapping and then trying to clear the totems and then open back up. But every time he's killed even just 2 totems and then tries to go back to the shaman and open on him, and it ends in time. It's not lasting long enough for him. I think he might just have to consider killing the poison cleansing, going on to the shaman, or like you said, actually utilizing the gun to try to kill the searing from afar, or whatever totem he doesn't end up meleeing. I think it's going to be crucial here. The shaman's doing well at separating the totems, kind of in awkward spots as well here, especially in awkward spots, the Grace of Air way down there. But he doesn't really need to worry about the Grace of Air. As long as he gets the poison cleansing and the searing, the rogue's going to be in a good position at that point. But he needs the opener. He needs the cheap shot. He needs something other than just sap.
Cargos players are asking to move back so they can target the searing totem.
Sure. Well, I'll stand over here. OG, come this way, I guess. I'll let the other players. Yeah. So not sober and slushy and not sober and slushy. In fact.
Looks like this duel is starting here. Sap coming out. I don't see him going for any of the totems.
You really need. Oh, but he might be because he's out of range actually. So right after the cheap shot, he goes right into the kidney. Full duration on that one. Nothing's gonna be resisted. He puts the gouge out before the kidney ended. I'm not sure about that. Does use a net. He is just sitting there trying to gnomish death ray, and he's just taking a beating while he does so. The nature swiftest heal is gonna come out. He vanishes, opens back up with the cheap shot down to 50% again. The shaman. I was gonna say on the back foot, but not really. The rogue is definitely the one that has his work cut out from here as he resets.
Beautiful, beautiful reopener here for the Rogue. It's going to get his cheap shot. It looks like it's going to get resisted here. He's going to open up back with the kidney shot, and now Muddy down to 20% health is what it looks like. He's going to go for the gouge. He's going to clear this poison cleansing totem, and now he's going to go ahead and reopen onto Muddy. Muddy looks like he's so low and so far behind. He's going to go for the grenade. The grenade's going to get resisted, and Muddy's going to try and do his best to try and create some space to get this lesser healing wave. He is going to be able to get it off, and now Zenov on the back foot again.
Wow.
This Earthbind totem doing so much work, creating so much space. This Fire Nova totem being down so low, and this flame shot looks like it's about to take over this duel.
That kiting was very good, and that frost shock looked like it actually crit there because that chunked Zenov quite quickly there during the kiting process, and it seemed as though the rogue had that. It kind of went back and forth there a couple times. Who had control? That rogue was taking a walloping when he tried to do the gnomish death ray. He didn't have the CC he thought during that time to actually get finish that whole cast off. So he was just sitting there taking melees and shocks, and didn't even think there was even a full cast in there. So at that point, I was pretty sure the shaman had it. Rogue resets. Looks like they had that duel as well for a minute there as they bursted down the shaman quickly. But that was really good kiting. They got the Earthbind down to slow him. The rogue finished it off, but they still had the slow applied to him, allowing the shaman to get that little extra distance and frost shock, which crit. And that's when the duel turned completely. And a question here is: the shaman allowed Ghost to form beforehand?
Yeah, of course. Once the duel starts, you definitely allowed to Ghost Wolf and make it so that the rogue can't even open up with the sap. But once the duel starts, you're allowed to do whatever it is that you want to do. You just have to allow the rogue to open up. That's the rule.
Very interesting. Very interesting. That could make that a lot harder if we did see the shaman utilizing the Ghost Wolf, I feel. Because that kind of disallows the ability to kill the totems in a lot of ways.
Yeah, not a lot of shamans really understand that. You'll very rarely see a shaman just once they know that they're going against a rogue, they'll let the rogue get the opener, but they'll just cheap shot. Or, they'll just force you to just cheap shot and stick with those orbs. Or totems, sorry. It's really, really interesting to see. So, duel number 5 underway. Kargos versus Spoofer. I really want to say that it is very heavily Warlock favored here. Just because Mage versus Warlock, I feel like the Warlock is just the anti-caster in a lot of ways. So, I'm gonna say the Kargos is pretty heavily favored here to be the victor.
Kargos definitely has the gear advantage as well. Although he is playing an interesting spec, which I haven't seen very often in duel tournaments before. He is going for Siphon Life Master Demonologist. So he will have 60 resistance for Frost, Fire, and Arcane. But yeah, we'll see how that works out for him. Both players here going for the reflectors. Kargos with the Frost Reflector and Spoofer with the Shadow Reflector, obviously. I do think the Shadow Reflector is simply stronger in this matchup because the Frost Reflector can only actually reflect Frostbolt. Doesn't work on Cone of Cold, doesn't work on Frost Nova.
So he's got to pop that last second when he's in a vulnerable shatter position to get shattered. Hopefully baiting out the Frostbolt and reflecting that, which could make all of the difference here. Man, 5,300 HP. I would not want to be fighting him right now. No Soul Link, but I'm actually kind of excited about that because you can't Soul Link, right? So perfect. To watching the other dueling tournament too much. I prefer seeing these other iterations. It inspires more things with Destruction and Succubus and maybe even just Affliction, which is another spec that kind of just dwindles down their opponent. I personally love the explosiveness of the Destruction spec in conjunction with the Succubus.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say about this spec. I just haven't seen it very often. It's kind of the opposite of Destro. It has 0 points in Destro. You're really going for more sustain, fighting with that Siphon Life. But yeah, let's tell them to go ahead whenever they're ready.
Our duel number 1 commences here. And still going with the Fell Hunter. The Destruction with Fell Hunter, probably the right call versus Mage, trying to get through this ice barrier. Randomly just summoning that skeleton. He just right off the bat uses helmet. He does not give a fuck, and then kind of goes forth to utilize his burst here, using the curse of elements here, and then fearing afterwards. There's the will of Forsaken getting broken out of that immediately. Advantage of the undead right now. The curses go down, and now the mage is going to dispel themselves for better or worse. The agony will not tick. I don't know if it's the right call or not. It is use of the GCD. The mana shield comes up, trying to mitigate some of the damage from these minions that are beating on him. Karga is getting very low right here, but he still has a lot of tools at his disposal. He still has things like the Hellstone. Dots are back up onto the mage right here, as both players are about half, but Kargaz is
Yeah, very wonderfully played by Spoofer here. He used the ice block to cleanse off all of these dots and and the fear, but just not enough. The Spellstone proving to do just too much work between the two of them. Spoofer, I feel like, played that very, very well. He immediately ice blocked the fear. It's just almost like a deny effect, really. I really loved the use of it, and to immediately go back out of it to make sure that Kargaz couldn't even get a soft reset there. So I really want to say that Spoofer was playing that well. It's just the Warlock matchup is so rough for the Mage, in my opinion.
Yeah, Kargaz actually opened him up for a counterspell in his Shadow School early on in that duel. He went for the Drain Life and got immediately counterspelled, but still the Mage just wasn't able to put enough pressure on him. Kargaz has so much effective HP with 5.1, 5.2 base health, plus the Spellstone, plus the improved Health Stone. It's massive. Spoofer has to do so much damage to even put a dent.
I feel like that Spellstone just stonewalled the mage. They were already running low on juice. Their instant cast has been used in the Spellstone, and it's just like, oh. I don't know. Do you maybe go for the hard reset? Like, it's really, Kargaz has his tier 1 5 set, which gives that Fell Hunter even more resistance. You notice that. You notice
Definitely.
that as a mage when all of a sudden you're trying to kill the pet and it's just resist, and you're like, what the fuck is going on right now? You don't have a lot of hit. You don't have the spell pen really, and it feels like that pet is very, very immune to magic in some cases.
Yeah, over 100 resistances. It has base resistances as well, so it's something massive. It's basically immune. Also, the Fell Hunter heals itself every time it devours a magic effect. It heals itself for a considerable amount, so it's pretty much impossible for the mage to kill it. I'm not really sure what he has to do here to win. We'll see.
Silence comes out. Ooh, the fear is actually going to get reflected, and the death coil does as well. It was still on him. He tried to use it, but it was just a little bit too fast. The grenade is not going to connect. The Spellstone comes out. The full Frostbolt Cold is going to hit, but it won't even break through the Spellstone. That is absorbing so much damage, and a Fire Blast. The mage realizes he is under pressure. He utilizes the rocket helmet. He needs to try to kill some of these minions, but Kargaz gets out of it and is now faced with the pressure from the mage. But how much pressure is it? The Frost Nova comes down. The Cone of Cold is afterwards. He's down to about half HP and blinking HP, but he still has more tools at his disposal. Here comes the second ice block as he tries to reset things.
Yeah, Spoofer trying to do what he can with this AoE to just whittle down this Fell Hunter pet, but it's really not doing too much here against Kargaz. Kargaz already down to 26%, but he's got so much mana in comparison. Spoofer almost completely tapped. I mean, he's trying to do the damnedest he can, but these dots are taken away at him. This damage is taken away at him, and he's just got such little mana pools. Both these players so low, and Kargaz just going to be able to barely clutch it out.
He was out of mana. I'd imagine he used the Mana Stone as well there, and he was trying to finish him off with wand melees, and he came close. I saw him chunk him for about 5%, so another wand melee, if they were to crit, could have been it, but it very likely would have taken a couple more rotations, and those rotations he just didn't have time for. So as close as he got, it just wasn't enough. You feel so forced to just spam these instant casts versus the Warlock, and that's the right play, but you sometimes find yourself going before you can actually finish him off because of how thick they are.
Yeah, I think that Arcane Explosion, those max rank AoE instance, is just way too much mana, and maybe if he had a little bit more mana there to continue scorching, he could have finished that one off, but ultimately he was forced to wand, and with the dots ticking on him, and the Warlock wanding as well, you're just not going to win.
Yeah, very beautifully played from Kargaz, very beautifully played from Spoofer. I really have to commend both of these players for doing just such a wonderful job here. I mean, Spoofer almost able to clutch it out against the Warlock, and I have to say this spec is really interesting. I feel like it's definitely geared towards beating casters, because I'm not really sure how it's going to do here against the melee. You don't really have too much burst available to you as this like long. I don't even know what you want to call this kind of spec. It's very interesting though.
It's actually typically used for farming. You just run around, you dot everything up, you sacrifice. Actually, I'm not sure if you went for the demonic sacrifice as well, but you sacrifice the Voidwalker and it gives you 3% health regen every 5 seconds. And you just run around, siphon life, corruption, curse of agony, and farm mobs. But he's showing it can work in the duels as well.
So I guess he's just farming a couple of creeps here and here in the duel tournament.
Yeah, he also said before this tournament started, he said he wanted to save shards because he didn't have that much time to farm, and we all know that Warlocks use so many shards in duels.
Yeah, and now here between duel number 3 between Spoofer and Kargas. Kargas already on the back foot, but Spoofer going to get feared here the second time. He doesn't have the Will of Forsaken available to him. This dot is the only one that's on him, is what it looks like. No, he's got 3 of them on him. He's got this Curse of Agony just wearing away at him, the Siphon Life just wearing away at him, and Kargas landing a beautiful Fury. He's going to use his first aid to get himself back up. Spoofer already down to about 25% health left, and these dots are still wearing away at him. He can't do much. He's almost completely oomed. He's topping his mana shield. He's going to go for this Curse. Remove Curse here. He's trying to get these Scourges, these Frost Bolts off to try and close the gap, but I feel like it's a little too late, and I feel like Spark, still will resolve it over. Kargas here only has to get 1 auto attack left, and there it is.
But that was tough. The mage would have needed some sort of hard reset. Kargas got too much value from the Death Coil, too much value from the Fear Bandage. I'd like to note too, the last duel went very ideally for Spoofer. He got 2 reflections off the previous duel, including the Death Coil, and that in itself should have potentially won in the duel. Like when you're able to get off a reflector and you play well the rest of the duel, usually that's a victory. If he couldn't do it under those conditions, I just think it was going to be too much of an uphill battle when things weren't going his way, especially. So a good try on his part, but damn, that's hard. That's a thick boy to try to take down with where he was at. A thick boy indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, what we're trying to do is get both these players ready. I know Fates is probably playing here on his Warrior. He's got a level 60 Warrior as well, and I think right now he's just mainly focused on getting his Warrior gear. So he's sitting here AFK. If we're going to give him about a minute, and if he doesn't respond here in a minute, we'll just go on to the next duel, I guess. So
is that Swifty versus Fataz?
Fates.
Oh, Fates.
Yes, sir. Yeah. We're just going down the line. After that, we'll just send Fried versus Vex. I'm really interested to see how the Warrior versus Mage matchup is going to go here with that access to all these potions for the Warrior. And Fried is a very, very veteran player, so he knows how to play the Mage. He knows how to play the Warrior, so I'm interested to see how he's going to be able to handle this matchup between him. But right now, I guess it's Druid versus Mage, and honestly, I want to say that the Druid is slightly favored here.
Yeah, without a doubt. This is a hard matchup for the Mage, and a lot of it's going to come down to, are you the proper spec to deal with this, and do you have the gear to deal with this? And obviously, there's more to it than just that, but I think you really need versus a very thick Druid, which, keep in mind, folks, this is Druid at this point in the game's life is quite strong when it comes to gear in a lot of cases if they've been raiding, because there's usually less competition in raids for this gear, so they can acquire their tier 1 without as much worry as some other classes. As you can see, he's pretty decked out, and not that you don't see a lot of classes decked out, but I think on average you see more hunters and druids with their tier gear because there's less of him in the raid. So that is something to note, and this Mage is very likely not the correct spec to deal with it, which is going to be ideally, as weird as it sounds, like a palm pyro or elemental at the very least, with with barrier and pyroblast. You need burst, and I found that the palm mages with palm pyro actually do on average the best versus the druids, just bursting them out, because that longer that duel lasts, the less likely you are to win it. Versus the druid, they have too much sustain. and that's what they're going for is the long game. So you want to go for the short game, and Palm Pyro is exactly the tool you need to end that quickly. Thing is, that's gear dependent, and in a
Yeah.
lot of you just don't have that gear at this point to sustain that type of play style.
Yeah, it's basically impossible to land a Shatter combo on a Druid because they can always just swap forms and get out of that Frost Nova immediately. So the Palm Pyro is really the only way to pump damage into a Druid. Unless you can go for a grenade with the Frost Nova or something like that to prevent them from shifting forms. But it seems that Fates is not here right now, so we may have to skip this duel for now and go straight into Vex versus Fried.
I think that's a good idea. We can come on back.
Yeah,
we'll
it
give
was
him a
really,
few
really
minutes to
interesting.
see if he shows up, and if not, I guess Swifty just gets a bye to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to give Fates an opportunity to prove his worth here. I haven't seen him duel yet, so I would like to see him do it. But I guess it's just going to have to come down to here between Fried and Vexes. And so I'm really, really excited to see this matchup. Like I said, Fried, a very veteran player. Discombobulator, right? Coming down on a boneless.
So we'll see what Fried goes for here. Which potion does he choose? Obviously, you can use the free action potion. That's probably the most obvious choice, but there's other options as well. You can go for the restorative potion or the greater protection potion. He does go for the free action potion.
And it looks like he's going to get polyed here. He's not going to be able to break out of it. He didn't have the Skull of Penny Doom on for him, and he used his Recklessness already. So his hard reset from Vexus, it looks like it's just going to be all but over. He's going to use Detect Magic to see when this buff falls off. So he's going to go here for the Resheep again, and it looks like he got out of range just for a second there. The heartbeat coming in for the last second, and now this free action potion fully off of him, and it's up to Vexus, in my opinion, to lose this duel right on the back foot for sure.
That you hate to see it. You hate to see it. The mage even went for a couple of fake casts there. It's possible the pummel was used, but it was the fake casts were such a strong thing that might have determined things there. The first aid comes out, but got about 2 ticks of it, which is more than you would have thought. But still an uphill battle right now as the mage just kind of spams those arcane explosions right in his face and says, you know what, you may have popped your cooldowns, but I have my friend Sheep to mitigate that. And I like the explosiveness of just using those cooldowns and going all out right away. Maybe trying to take him off guard, perhaps even. The first duel is going to go to Vex.
Yeah, Fried really going all out at the start there, but not being able to prevent that Sheep is huge. Vex just waits for those buffs to fall off. And that's what I was saying. That's why you might choose to go for the restorative potion, because that will also remove polymorph. It will remove 1 magic effect every 5 seconds.
Yeah, but I think that Vexus went for the Winter's Chill, so either way, Fried definitely has his work cut out for him. So now we're going to go here into this refractory period. I want to say that it's actually going to favor Vexus a little bit more than it does Fried. Just getting access to Ice Block again much sooner. I really want to say that it's more in the mage's favor here, because all Fried has is Intimidating Shout, but Vexus is undead, so he has the answer. So I really want to say that it's going to Vexus.
Yeah, this is a tough round 1 matchup for a warrior. It really would be an upset if Fried won this one, even with the potion available to him.
I would have liked to see him take that first one with using Recklessness, because that's when he's going to stand the best chance in theory of taking that W. But anything's possible. As unlikely as it might be. Maybe we'll see a nice proc from that hammer. I believe that is the Earth Shaker, if I'm not mistaken. It is. So proc on that might be huge in forcing out a. If that gets forced out, the mage might feel like they have to blink, which allows the warrior to intercept it and get the upper hand. That might be an ideal win condition for our warrior friend here. Mage has about 3k HP, so a couple of crits is all it takes to get him through this.
Yeah, and just inspecting Friday here, he's got a couple more tricks up his sleeve. He's got the Frost Reflector, he's got the Gnomish automatically, he's got the Goblin Rocket Helm to back it up too. So if one of these procs lands here from the Earthshaker, it can really spell doom for this mage here. I really want to see how this duel turns out, because Like I said, Fried, a very veteran player. He knows how the matchup works, and Vex is doing a really good job of fake casting and forcing out the pummels, even though he's got so much pressure placed on him. He knows he's got the time to do it. So really, really excited to see how this turns out. Vex is proving to be pretty strong as a mage here in duel number 1, not succumbing to this recklessness, zerging pressure between the two of them.
Yeah, that's really what it's all about, is control versus brute force. Vex just has to grasp control early on and not let Fried anywhere near him. But of course, Fried can chop him in half in about 2 seconds if he does get in range and gets through that ice barrier. So we'll see what happens.
He should have his potion cooldown now, and I think that's about all he really needs to wait for. The charge is going to come down immediately using the free action potion. The Frost Nova comes down. It's not going to come out. Here comes the Polymorph. He's trying to fake cast here. He did too. He got it.
Very good fake cast. He waited till about 0.9 seconds and canceled it. I want to say that was very beautifully played. And in comes this sheep. It seems like Vex is a veteran player. This heartbeat's going to come out early, though, and now Vex is going to have a lot of pressure placed on him. This Faps is doing work now. Now here comes out. He's going to try and attempt to fake cast again. He's going to be able to get it off here again, but now this Faps is already about to fall off. And Fried still has a couple of tools still left in his trick. He still has the Pneumatic. He still has this. He's going to be able to get the charge here. He's going to force the blink, and here comes the intercept. And now Vex is forced to ice block here. Fried going to try and get a soft reset here. He's going to stay a little bit out of range, so he can't quite Frost Nova, but here comes the Frost Nova, and now I feel like this duel is all but over. He's going to try and get the grenade, but it's too slow, and in comes the sheep, and in comes the Evocade.
And I feel like the Vex is getting too much value out of his fake cast here. The rank 1 Frostbolt comes down. The Fire Blast does afterwards. The Rocket Helmet's going to come down onto Vex right now as a warrior just bandages up safely, knowing. Oh, but that did not last very long here. The Frost. It's going to be a freeze proc here. He doesn't even need the Frost Nova. Full Frostbolt comes off. There's the Frost Reflector. It's going to get through the ice barrier, but here comes the fire spells. 1 scorch, 2 scorch. Using the Grandmaster Arena Trinket. There's the net. It's going to net both of them. Instantly, the mage is going to blink out of the warrior down to about 40 HP. The grenade from downtown is going to connect. There is another Grandmaster Arena Trinket from the mage as well as they refresh the ice barrier and put the full Frostbolt down onto Fried right now, and it is going to connect. There's no more tools that he has left in his arsenal, and he is susceptible sitting in the net. And it's one of those reasons I appreciate Gnome so goddamn much, is because when that net backfires and you have to get out of it, it's one easy ticket out, and it doesn't feel nearly as punishing when things don't go your way.
Yeah, I was wondering there if that potion cooldown was actually about to come up for Fried, but even then the free action potion would not actually remove the net. It would just make him immune to slows and snares in the future, so there's really nothing he could do there at the end.
And now Fried re-equipping his trinkets. He's going to be putting on a little bit more tricks up his sleeve. Looks like he's got himself a spider belt equipped. He looks like he's got himself a Netomatic still equipped. I guess he's going to just try and wait for the cooldown, but it's 10 minutes, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be forced off it here. I really want to say very, very well played by both of these players here. Vex is proving very slippery with his cast. It's hard to get a read on him, and yeah, very beautifully played by Vexus.
I don't know which player ended up using their Gnomish Netomatic, but it could have been the mage and his backfired, but he was able to blink out of it, and it was still an ideal outcome. So it's possible the warrior still has it available to him. But one of them used it the last duel, and it backfired, which is always going to be favoring the mage since they can blink out of it, and their melee opponent will be sitting there like a sitting duck.
Yeah, and Vexus here 2 out of 8 with his tier 1. He's using the green lens of Frozen Wrath, which tells me that he doesn't have too much available to him. He's re-equipped a different trinket. He's got Marker Resolution now, and now he's equipped his Gnomish Netomatic. So I want to say that Fried actually used his, because if I'm not mistaken, he unequipped it just recently. So both these players just waiting out the refractory period, trying to get as much usage out of these cooldowns as possible. And again, once he gets that sheep off, it's all but over. Vex is doing a very, very good job to read with these casts. So it's up to Fried to win this, and it's up to Vexus to lose this. I want to say.
Yeah, it does seem like it was Fried's net that backfired on him in the last duel, so that is just so unfortunate. On top of this matchup that's already so heavily in the mage's favor, that's not helping him out at all.
Absolutely. I'm curious that Kargas has his mic muted. Okay, I was like, Kargas.
Yo, my bad. Am I here? Yo, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm
How's
chilling.
it
I'm
go,
chilling.
Kargas?
Good. I was just getting
What
some
do you-
shards off the alliance. They're being really good sports. Freaking this guy Lucan, dude, absolutely works.
Man, I was car guys. I was legitimately considering enchanting my Arbiter Blade with spell damage as well, because I'm like, dude, It's gonna take so long to get a freaking
Yeah.
raid weapon. Like, should I just get that value from it? And I'm considering it because I have the materials.
Just
like
do it,
farmed.
brother. I committed to
should.
line of getting all the Felhard first. I'm one piece away from getting the 8-piece this week, man. So I was like, I'm not getting a weapon like for a very long time. So,
I think that's a good call, honestly.
and also I can get the Princess Dagger. So, it's good.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this duel has started here. He goes with his free action potion again. This mage has been very good about the fake casting. Are we going to see it again? This is the warrior. It's like a mind game at this point. This mage has fake casted so much. It's just when he does it, you're nearly surprised, and he didn't. And he's unpredictable. A lot of people are predictable with their fake casting. This mage is not. Full Frostbolt comes down, still can't be slowed because the free action potion is they're kiting away nearly at the edge of this dueling tournament here. Probably going to freeze him right outside of the limits, even potentially. But this warrior is on the back foot, and honestly, with that freeze proc, that might solidify the duel.
Oh, and here comes the Spider Bell. He knows he's not going to be able to do anything about it. He's going to immediately blink the intercept, and now he's going to be able to close the gap here. This Kona Cold doing so much work, and Pride already down to 10%. This Arcane Explosion, it looks like it's just going to be all but over here after this long.
Yeah, good duel. I feel like the warrior pulled out the tricks they needed to potentially win this one. I think the mage there was too many fake casts that went through. And I'm guilty of that myself, sometimes not being as unpredictable as I could with my fake casting. That is the key. You need to be in any matchup that has that interrupt rogue warrior. You know, the ones that with the mages that don't have improved counterspell. You need shamans. You need to be able to fake cast versus these classes if you want any hope of sheeping. And then shaman, you even need to deal with things like the grounding token. That's another element in itself. Minimally, it's a good skill to get good at. With any class that has casting, shaman probably the most important because they only have one school of magic.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think what I'm going to do here, since Fates is still gone, we're just going to go down the line. And once Funky Pot has done his duel, if Fates is not back, we're just going to give the bye to Swifty here, which I'm really excited to see because it's not often that you get to see druids in these duel tournaments. So it'll be definitely really fun to see Swifty here go against the mage, and we'll still get the mage matchup that we wanted to. So that'll be nice to see at least. But yeah, here we go. Duel number one between the two players already underway. Not Sober versus Dextros here. Not Sober going for a prot spec is what it looks like here. So I'm interested to see how this duel will turn out. I know Dextros is opting in for the Hemo spec. He's going to immediately open up with his passive here. He's going to open up with the cheap shot here. He knows it's a warrior, so he doesn't really have to worry about the stun resist coming out too much. He's going to go here with the cheap kidney shot and do a lot of damage here. He's just going to immediately pop evasion. So now, Not Sober, not going to be able to do too much here. He's going to try and overpower here, but it looks like it just missed, and Not Sober already on the back foot. Dexter's absolutely dominating him, and it doesn't look like Not Sober can do too much. Even the stun resist coming out, he's going to go for the AoE fear here. He's going to try and bandage himself up as best he can, but Dexter's not even having his life total touch. It looks like he's at 90%. In fact, he's at 91%, and Not Sober just cannot do anything to answer this rogue right now. He's trying his damnedest, but Dextros is just absolutely fucking him up. I cannot wait to see what will happen in this next duel because Dextros just played that beautifully.
Not Sober gonna need a drink after this one because that was a lot of damage coming out at once. It felt as though the rogue was fighting someone that wasn't wearing full plate. Just due to the sheer amount of damage he was doing. And to be fair, there's a couple pieces on art, but he has mostly played on.
What cooldowns are traded there, man? Did Dextros use much?
I think he used Cold Blood, but he used Cold Blood and Evasion, but Evasion is such a low cooldown that he's going to be able to have it halfway through this next duel anyways. So I really want to say that Dextros is heavily favored in this matchup if he continues to play the way he is.
And normally a matchup, I think the Warrior can definitely be favored in. There's some variables here. Can we see? I wonder if he has details. If we can see a spec or not. No, neither player I don't think does. Let's see Dexter. No, neither one does, unfortunately. I wonder if this warrior is actually prot, and that could have that could be a factor in all this, a factoid, because that would be a very difficult win for him if he was prot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Warriors already have a tough time against Rogues as it is, and Warrior versus Rogue is one of those really, really fun skill matchups. Once the Warrior gets a little bit more gear, but in this state and time, they just don't have much health. So the Warrior is really, really got his work cut out.
Yeah, he does.
And we'll see if he at some point chooses to switch over the two-hander. Although you said he was a prot spec, so I'm really not sure what he can do to increase his damage output. Seems like he's not even touching Dextrose here, he's just tickling him.
I wonder if our friend was in a defensive stance when he was taking that beating right off of the bat, because it felt like a lot of damage coming out at once, but it could have just been some big crits, and especially if you, I want to, here's the thing. I've seen Sword and Board Warriors on Henhouse before that have gone Arms and Fury, so it's possible that's not the case with this thick boy. But on that same note, that's also free respec. So this could be a warrior that's just playing as a prot warrior and kind of signing up and seeing if he can get something done with it. Not necessarily something that's meta, and maybe he's not even doing it. But that is one thing I like about Details is the fact that we can't see these specs. Now, he's definitely in defensive stance now, so he is going to have a bit more cushion when he gets opened up on. Not that he wasn't last time, just that I don't know for sure that he was.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're definitely going to need a lot more cushion against this rogue. Like I said, Dexter's a very strong player. He understands these matchups very well. He's been very, very high on Warcraft logs. He understands the PvE game, but apparently he understands the PvP game as well. And so I'd like to see how he does here in duel number 2 between him and Not Sober. Not Sober going to get opened up on here with the cheap shot. This cheap shot doing a lot of work. The kidney shot going to be followed up here on Not Sober. Not Sober going to be dropping down to about 60% health. And this guy's going to follow it up. Dexter's going to try and get a soft reset here. He's going to run away. Hopefully, Not Sober can do something to get out of here. He's just going to first aid, which is very clever usage of his abilities. He's just going to immediately force Dexter's back onto him. And here comes the cheap shot, kidney shot, eviscerate, and into the gouge. The gouge is going to be DR'd just a little bit. He's going to go ahead and kidney shot as best he can to get as much damage as he can. Down to 50% health, Not Sober, and he's already used his bandage, so it's looking like he's on the back foot. He's going to miss his AoE stun, and here comes the almost automatic, but the Barov's family trinket going to land here on everything. Beautifully done by Dexter's here. Dexter's going to whittle down all of these guys here, and now Not Sober's going to be able to break out of this netomatic here. He's so much on the back foot. I don't know how he's going to be able to come back. He's going to use his last stand. He's definitely prot now, and now he's using his shield block to try and whittle down Dexter's. Dexter's down to about 60% health. Not Sober trying to do as what he can. Gaining some health is what it looks like with this Crusader here. He's going to be doing everything that he can to try and get this reset off. Dexter's down to 42%. He's going to get this TD shot back up it again. And so much control being placed out. So much first being placed out. And now here comes the blind. Here comes the bandage. And it looks like this game is over.
Yeah, it felt like, honestly, Dextrose had firm control over that the whole time, 30 minutes or not. Then that was beautiful. The backstep into killing all of the servants. Like, he played that one by the books and just kind of did what rogues do best and controlled the flow of the battle pretty much to a T. I don't have critique as a rogue player. Perhaps you could find something in there, but I feel like he did quite well and distancing himself from the warrior as well whenever he needed that little bit of extra energy, but largely in his favor there.
Yeah, Not Sober playing this one so defensively and passively, honestly, and mainly just due to his spec, but he's not threatening Dextrose at all. He's not putting that damage out and forcing Dextrose to think, so it's really just a Dextrose controlling the fight and fighting on his own terms. He can just keep that crippling poison up and create space whenever he wants to. And Not Sober is not switching to his two-hander or anything to scare Dextrose at all. He's just above 80% HP most of the fight, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, Not Sober, when he got that last standoff, it seemed like he was able to swing the turns of the tire, swing the tides of this duel, but I mean, Dexter's played that beautifully. He got the gouge and he just vanished and got this reset. He opened up with a wonderful eviscerate crit to get him back down low enough health. And here we go into duel number 3. Cheap Shot is going to be starting here off with Not Sober. Not Sober going to get immediately gouged. He's going to try and wait up this cooldown as much as it can before opening up with the kidney shot. And here comes the kidney shot down to about 75% HP, 68% HP. He's just dropping him down, doing so much work. Another guy's going to come out. He's going to get a smaller soft reset. And here comes the evasion. So much work being placed on him. And in comes the revenge stun. In comes the AoE stun. And it looks like Dexter's is still in full control here. He's just not able to do enough damage to Dexter's to really start to pressure his life total. And here comes the AoE Fury. He's going to bandage himself up and hopefully not Sober can find something of it.
He gets that fear off once again here, but I don't know if breaking away is the right call. There we go. He was able to get the charge off before the stealth came out, and that's what I was worried about, honestly. There's that. He is a prot warrior, 100%. There's that concussive blow that I was waiting for as the demoralizing roar up, but just trying to mitigate some of that damage. But I think it's just too much, honestly. I think the Rogue has this matchup, has his number. The kidney shot comes down to 10% HP, getting very low. Nothing he can do. Good game. Rogue moving on to the next round.
Very beautifully played from Dextro. So now it's Funky Pot versus Good Mood. So unless Fate shows up here in a little bit, it's going to go to Swifty for a bye, which is a little bit unfortunate, but sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. Good luck to both of these players, and definitely one of our analysts here, and a very, very good Warlock, very, very veteran Warlock, and I'm excited to see how this match.
Again, I help chime in a little bit more now here too, since he's dueling. This is a hell of a spot, man. This is really, really cool. It looks like a freaking fighting game platform or something.
Yeah, Funky Pop found it last night, last night I think.
Yep.
We were like, this has to be it.
Hell yeah. Let's take a look at this Mr. Funky Pot's gear. One of the winners. He didn't win last week, right? Now he won the first week. Really good, seasoned Warlock. Played was very much involved in the private server scene, hen house, to my understanding. Very good player. I'm gonna go ahead and just say Funky Pot's favored versus just about anybody, but we'll see what Good Mood is up to.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just gonna mute my microphone here and focus, and we'll get going.
All right, man. Best of luck to you.
Man, those crits. I was up defleshed. Tuned in just in time for my first duel. Going pretty well. Now I'm playing Destro this time. Destro, 7 points in demo, and Amplify Curse.
Really put out some damage right off the bat with their shocks and their melees. But as soon as those totems get taken care of, as soon as that death coil comes out, we're seeing the chain fear, and we're seeing the shaman or the warlock just obliterate the shaman. And at that point, I think it's like Kargas said. It's either you could for one duel anyway, you can rocket helmet that pet. I like that idea because now you're not killing the totems as easily. Or you hope for a reflector versus the death coil. Because it feels like all three of those wins for Funky Pot, as soon as that Death Coil came out, he won immediately after one Death Coil Fear combination. And it didn't feel like the Shaman, there was much room for counterplay afterwards. I think at that point you would need something like Nature's Swiftness to heal yourself up if you were going like the Survive route. But without having Elemental Mastery or Nature's Swiftness, these are tools that would probably be pretty important in that matchup. So maybe he's on the back foot just because of that as well.
Yeah, Good Mood actually did a pretty good job there of putting a lot of pressure on me early on, and I was trying to take care of those totems, but he just kept earth shocking me when I tried to fear him, and the War Stomp put some pressure on me, but I just ultimately made sure the grounding totem was killed, and then death coiled him and had total control of the duel. Not much you can do from there.
All right, we got to round. Well, it's kind of round 2. In our bracket, it says round 3, but we're down to round 2. This is going to be 4 duels, or 4 series in this next round here. First one being Sheltso versus Sasuke. Oh, Sasuke's up.
All right, boys. I'm gonna mute my mic. Duel has started, so have fun.
Good luck.
I can just drag you up so you can hear me.
Sure.
Potions are not allowed except warriors can use potions.
All right, I'd imagine we're going to be seeing a cheap shot opener here. This is Orc, so you always see that opportunity or that potential for the resist to come out. You know, at that point, do you consider the ambush? Do you consider not opting for that 25% chance? I feel like the stun lock is so important. You don't see that often. Sometimes you do. There we go. And we might have seen it right there, or it was actually resist. We'll have to ask him after this one. The seduce comes out onto the rogue here, but those servants are beating on the warlock, making it very hard to do anything else as he just runs away very slowly with crippling poison. He tries to put the immolate on. He puts the corruption on. The immolate did not finish quite yet. I think that was a mistake. Death coil coming out, but it's going to potentially be vanished there. Because it did not connect. It didn't look like it anyway. The fear comes out. It is going to hit, but it doesn't last very long as he is going to get out of that and then continue the pressure onto the warlock. It's looking very good for Sasuke. The vanish potentially mitigating that bit of damage from the death coil, unless that was an instant cast nightfall, which is hard to know. One of the reasons I would really love to find an add-on called, there was one on private service called CD frames, and you saw when someone used a CD, so you would know the difference between a shadow bolt instant cast and a death coil, which is amazing because I don't think you can vanish death coils, so it makes me think it was maybe a nightfall proc.
Yeah, Sasuke, you can tell he's been studying this matchup. He knows warlocks are usually favored to win these kind of tournaments, so he's really studied this matchup and he's doing incredibly well here, beating the winner of last week's tournament. So we'll see if he can take this series or if Sheltso has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, this is one where Sheltso now they're gonna have their cooldowns back for the most part after this one. We didn't see like prep, so we're gonna see death coil again, cold blood, pretty much just starting from scratch at this point. Yeah, hopefully he gets his coil off this time. I don't think it hit last time, but you have the possibility for reflector as well. So Sasuke does have that under his belt. Yeah, I imagine that tab targeting probably gets hard for the Horde. I don't blame him for asking that.
This is Omnibar.
And we didn't have that problem when there was someone unflagged right off of the bat. Shame that eventually that wasn't the case.
Yeah, so Sasuke did not even use his Shadow Reflector in that first duel, and he was still able to win, which is very impressive to me. I've dueled Sasuke a lot, and he usually uses that Shadow Reflector right away to prevent the seduce, but he didn't need it there, and he's going to have it for the second duel. It's going to be huge.
He's got some really decent gear. Let's see where our Warlock... What's our Warlock got for HP? Warlock's got a fair bit of HP as well. Let's check.
So Sheltso, man, is kind of become a bit of a people's champion in the past streams. He's been doing a lot with a little. His gear's improved since the first week we did this, but you know, he was playing Destro and all the other Warlocks were playing SL on that first week when we were still kind of refining the format. Week 2, he kind of still went Destro and took it and won and actually beat Funky Pot in the finals, which is crazy, given the kind of, I don't know, his gear level and stuff. So I think he's a real contender here, and I wouldn't count him out.
You're right. He's barely. It's like pre-raid biz basically with a few purples at this point.
Yep.
Definitely not like any sort of gear advantage in these matchups.
Yeah, I am actually playing Destro this week, mainly because he beat me as Destro, so we'll see how that works out for me.
Oh my goodness, the pressure coming out is real. The Iron Grenade comes out, but he tries to fear and he doesn't get it off. It ends too soon, and holy shit. I hope you didn't blink, guys, because Sasuke finished that one very quickly. with that raw burst. There was no time for death. There was no death coil that came out. He didn't even get his fear off after the grenade. It just broke too soon, and there was an interrupt. So too much pressure. I found some of the scariest rogues are the ones that are the most aggressive. Sure, a patient rogue, which is what they're known for, can be a nuisance as well, but I have found those aggressive rogues that just burst you down with things like Sapper and going full offense with all of their cooldowns. Even sometimes you're seeing at that point an orc contender for that playstyle, especially on Henhouse, where they pop their racial for that extra attack power. They pop the cold blood and they just burst you the fuck down. And Sasuke has that sort of play style from what I've seen as well, where it's very aggressive. Bobka was another rogue I watched on Henhouse that was really aggressive. Some rogues are just known for their sheer aggression, and from what I've seen from Sasuke, he's one of those rogues that does get quite aggro.
Yeah, like I said, Sasuke knows this matchup very well, and he knows that if he gets one fear on him, he's basically going to lose right away. There's nothing he can do to break that fear as an orc with no PvP trinket in the game, so he's just going all out, totally aggressive and not giving Shelto a chance to even cast that fear.
Yo, check out Shelto's gloves.
I saw that. Those gloves have such a hideous model, don't they?
Well, I mean, dude, those gloves slap though. He's Destro, and he's got some freaking Santa Claus mittens on, dude, with the 23 fire damage on it.
Actually sick with that. And
19 int, 18 stem.
Yeah. That's like Biz probably for Destro for a while. Maybe not probably ever, but for quite a while, I'd imagine a couple phases we're going to be seeing him rocking those in these tournaments. How my Frost Mage wore him for a while on Northdale. Didn't feel good. All right, here we go. The duel's going to get started here. Stun going to get resisted potentially here. Down to 69% health, Giggity. And he's going to stay there for just a time. Here continue. The burst is going to continue down to 33%, back up to 64 with the greater health stone. And the rocket helmet comes out onto the Warlock right now. But there's the Seduce. He went with the Seduce play here. So now here's the question. Which one's going to end sooner, boys? We have 13 seconds. The Seduce ended first. And Sasuke's able to open back up on him here. Down to about 50%. And Seduce comes out again. And the Robot Chicken's going to give him that attack speed. The Battle Chicken here. Here comes the Death Coil. This is it. This is his moment, I think. One Searing Pain, two Searing Pain potentially. The Sprint coming down as he closes the distance. But that is a lot of burst. Down to 5% HP. Down to 1% HP. He's getting his burst off, but it's not enough. The dots are on him. And the Warlock will win this one.
Shelto really ran out of fear/seduce ERs at the end there. If he tried one more time, it would have probably been immune. So he really just had to pump out that damage, and he managed to. He was also getting low himself. Really going down to the wire.
That the Warlock, I would feel is favored in this if Skull is down, right? But with Skull up, the Rogue is probably favored given this gear discrepancy. But cooldown on Skull is 5 minutes, right? And there's 3 minutes between duels. So if they on a quick duel like that, there should in theory be a world where you can open up on him just with the Seduce, right? And open up clean and just one-shot him.
Yeah, same with that Shadow Reflector, the 5-minute cooldown. He didn't have it for that duel, but he will have it up for this one. I don't think he's going for the Skull. I think he's just keeping that offhand equipped so that he can pump out even more damage. I guess
the thing is, the Reflector, he may not even be able to get it off though. If he gets seduced on the opener, right, and he's Orc, and there is no Skull or anything like that, he can just get soul fired into Death Coil or something and just be taken down before he can even interact with his character.
Yeah, he would basically have to pop the Reflector as soon as he pops out his stealth with that cheap shot, but then he's opening himself up to get grenaded or something like that and just waste the Reflector, so we'll see.
Mm-hmm. You could wait, you just wait that out too. Just wait the cheap shot out, right?
Yep.
Give it a second or two.
Is there any world where you would use a Spellstone to try to mitigate the instant poison? I'm just spitballing. I know that's not a lot of their damage necessarily, but is there any world you would do that? I guess maybe not, because he's probably crippling and numbing. Maybe I'm not sure. Crippling instant.
You probably just use Medicine Pouch though, right? I mean, I don't know. You get 1,000 over 10. What other offense would you be using here?
Yeah, true. That'd be much better than a Spellstone, honestly.
He's just going for the Fire Ruined Grimoire, which has 12 stamina, 21 intellect, 11 spell power, so just the base stats there.
In any world, would you as a rogue try out something like, I'm sure Crusader's too valuable, but like double fiery, really fast weapons with double instant poison, with maybe like a Dark Moon Fair card nature trinket where you were doing chance on hits. Is there a world where this would be strong?
Yeah, I could see it.
That sounds fun to me to try. It sounds cheaper, like a budget rogue.
I've seen that back on the day on Phoenix Emerald Dream. The spell power coefficient for certain proc daggers was like 100%, so rogues would stack spell power and topped the DPS meters on a lot of bosses. But I
Also,
don't
like
think we'll be
spell power
seeing that
hunter
on
and stuff.
Classic.
Like, you'll see the spell power rogue, spell power hunter. Those are fun on private servers. I'm curious to see if they are possibly viable in the real thing.
It's Omnibar. Hit me up
On
later,
private
I'll
servers,
see if I
there's
can link
hunters
it
that
to
would
you.
use arcane shot over aim shot.
Hot
It's
damn.
yeah, it's a spell, but it's on the melee hit table, and it's just interesting.
I want to see a hunter stacking nature damage and fire damage here. Okay, the duel's going to start though. The cheap shot's going to come down here. Already down to 69% HP, putting his succubus far away for when he. There we go. He is able to. No, the fear actually gets vanished. That's it. That's. I don't know if he can do anything. The seduce does come out, so I shouldn't be calling the chips just yet because our warlock is going to get a couple of ticks of heal off and actually get the fear off. This is massive. That seduce came out at the perfect moment to try to take control of this fight because now here's the death coil and the searing pain. And if he gets a stealth off, he can bring this one back, or a vanish off. He can bring this one back. But it's just not going to happen. He might not have had vanish, and there might not have even been time for it because that warlock. As soon as he got the seduce, it might have looked like it was the rogue's duel. I was calling it for the rogue. It turned around immediately. 2 ticks, 3 ticks of bandage, able to actually fear. Turn around.
Yeah, that fear, I'm not sure if it got resisted or if Sasuke was able to vanish it, but that was huge. But then the seduce into the fear, even though they share diminishing returns, even that half fear is enough to create space, get all those dots up, get that immolate into death coil, and it's over.
It's like with that many dots, when you're not right next to the warlock, even if you vanish from far away, it's like you don't have more than a second, maybe, until you probably are brought out of the vanish, and hardly even feels viable when you're at 20, 30 yards away to vanish because you're probably not going to maintain the stealth while you're running towards that warlock. You're in a very vulnerable position at that point with no gap close.
And there we did see the Shadow Reflector right on the opening, but Sheltso did not just seduce into it. He waited it out and won that one because of it.
Would that have actually... Now, let's say that he reflects the seduce. Would that go back to the succubus?
It is supposed to, but I don't think it actually does. I've seen it happen in original vanilla videos. Drake Dog and some mage, I forget the name. But I have seen that in original vanilla clips, but I don't think it actually works properly on Classic.
That's too bad. I think that'd be an interesting interaction. And what I like about reflectors is the fact that it can reflect multiple spells. It reflects for a duration. So if they make the mistake of casting multiple, that's on them.
Like Sasuke is just waiting for some big cooldowns to come back here. He really wants to take this last duel.
Yeah, this is a 2-2, isn't it? So this is big right now. Either player has a chance of taking this one, and both of them deserve it. They're good players. I do like that. You were saying Sheltso was kind of a fan favorite just because being the underdog in certain ways. I like that. You do like to see that where there is a player that comes out with less gear than maybe the average player and still shows up. I think vanilla is largely gear dependent as some matchups can be. I think there's some classes that are less gear dependent than others, and regardless as if they are not. Oh shit! The duel has already started here. The succubus is going to seduce him right away, but he does have Skull of Impending Doom, but Death Coil comes out afterwards, so he sprints away and has to take a couple of ticks of that. A Skull of Impending Doom opens back up onto the Warlock here. The Sun is going to get resisted. Here comes the Fear, and it does connect, and this is where I think Sasuke might end up losing it. It's not over just yet, but he is getting very low, and there it is.
Yep, and that conflag is just going to finish him off. Once that fear happens, there's not much you can do as an orc rogue.
Man, well, you love to see it. You love to see it. as much as I would have liked to see Sasuke fight in the following duels, this is another player I look forward to seeing here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see once Phase 2 comes out, once that PvP trinket is available. This matchup is going to change a lot. It's going to be so much easier for the rogue to break those fears.
I feel a little naked sometimes without having that. And I imagine classes that have no way to deal with it feel even more naked, just because I have at least Ice Block and Silence, but what you have a rogue has an interrupt, nothing more. And then sometimes, especially if you get Death Coil, that's not even a viability. And what are you gonna do? Just dodge Death Coil forehead? It feels they need that trinket to properly deal with fear, to deal with one of the diminishing returns.
Yeah, and Warlock is probably the single class that benefits the least from that PvP trinket. It doesn't break stuns, it doesn't break slows, it doesn't break snares. Basically only does what Will of the Forsaken does, so most of the time as Undead I don't even use it. It's definitely going to favor the rogue once Phase 2 does come out.
And there's going to be a lot of people that don't like getting rooted by my mage that are going to like it as well. Well, the warrior, namely. Feels like they need that too. Okay, the duel starts here. Trying to clear out the totems here, just kind of utilizing the rocket helmet and then sending us. There we go. That's what I like to see. Sending the pet in one direction, meleeing the other one, putting the full Soulfire down right now as he's still incapacitated. He's going to potentially healing wave. The Death Coil comes out as well. He tries to shock him, but it's just not quite soon enough. Maybe because of the batching. The Nature Swift to Seal comes up. The Curse of Tongues is on the Shaman, so they really have to depend on these melees, which is perfect because, actually, he has ahead of Edward Odd, so that is going to be quite nice. He's not the Alcor's Razor Shaman, so just a little bit of a variant. The Silence comes down onto Muddy here, and we are going to see another Fear. There's the Tremor Totem, though, but Kargas actually melees it before he gets valued. That was very good reflexes by Muddy, but good on Kargas for just turning around and meleeing that once, as this War Shaman is just feared to goddamn Narnia. I don't know if he's going to be able to even barely get back to the dueling flag at this rate, how far he's getting chased off of this fucking platform here, as he's just dotted right back up and finished with the Searing Pain.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Kargos was going to win that one with damage or if Muddy was just going to forfeit from being feared too far away.
It almost would have worked to his advantage if he did, because maybe then it would have been a reduel, but... No,
yeah, it's hard to call those ones. Obviously, you can't have a Warlock that just fears and pushes their opponent out of the range, but if it's a legitimate fear and they're just trying to win and it happens, it's hard to call.
I agree with you, especially if it looked like they were going to win anyway. Then it's like, what, that's... What, do you get punished for fearing? Like, it doesn't feel good. I wonder if the other Shaman would have better luck here, being the Shaman with Elcors and a lot of instant melee damage. Because the Kargas is kind of approaching this duel a little bit differently with the Curse of Tongues, which maybe more common, utilizing the Curse of Tongues perhaps. But as much as I've loved the Amplify Magic, or the Amp Curse of Agony, not Amplify Magic, but the Amp Curse of Agony, Amplify Curse. I really like Tongues when you can't, like when you're going for the long game, when you're not letting a class that absolutely needs to cast. You just don't let him. It's too slow.
Yeah, Muddy's definitely going to be relying on hard casting here unless he gets lucky with Hand of Edward the Odd procs, because he is playing that elemental spec. Just has Nature Swiftness, the 3-minute cooldown. He's going to be waiting for that one to come back up here. But that, other than RNG, that's really the only way he can get one of those long casts off. The Fell Hunter ready to spell lock him.
It feels like all of our Warlocks have chosen Fell Hunter today in almost all their matchups. I'm sure they won't versus, say, the Rogue, but we're seeing a lot of Fell Hunter today. And with that tier set, it just does not seem viable to kill the pet. You saw a lot of killing the pet on Henhouse. With that tier 1 set bonus, it feels like it changes the game a little bit.
Definitely.
Oh, so Sasuke, you're muted still too, friend.
Yeah, I whispered him in game. I'm not sure if he went AFK or something.
Maybe a little AFK.
Oops. Don't worry, I've been chatting. I've been saying things.
He is going to get the fear off here. We don't see the tremor did break it in the end of the day. The tremor did break it at the end. Oh, the death coil is going to go to a grounding. The shaman needs this so bad. You see, it's even safe even still. He puts a second grounding here, so that he's going to be immune to potentially another fear. A lesson healing wave comes out. And here we're seeing Kargaz actually get very aggressive with the Agony this time. He's going for that approach versus the Curse of Tongues. Nature Swift and Sealing Touch going to bring him up to full, but the Spell Stone is going to mitigate a lot of the damage from the Shaman as he tries to heal himself back up.
Yeah, and Muddy here doing a great job of playing this control game against this class that has so much control just in its toolkit, and he's using these Tremor Totems to his advantage. He's obviously forcing Kargaz here to start mailing him, but he's almost completely tapped on mana. The Sphere is going to get Grounding Totemed again, and Kargaz getting low on mana himself. He's down to about 12% HP mana, and he's down to about 35% HP, and this Earthshock going to be able to come out here as probably a rank 1 Earthshock, and here comes the Fear, but it's going to get Grounding Totemed immediately. Muddy playing this so well, but Kargaz just has so much health.
Yeah, the Menagerie came out. Kargaz brings out the Mithril Dragonling as well. And then so he might not have been doing much with spells, but with Fell Hunter and with the Dragonling and just like melees, like it's enough. He's doing a little bit more than you are with just your melees, and the Shaman didn't have mana. It's like you said, they probably had to go with the rank 1 Earthshock, and once you're at that point and you're already on the back foot, it's hard to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to commend Muddy for using his Grounding Totems and just waiting for the absolute last second to place them, and also using his advantages there. He was able to predict the Death Coil and eat it up, and I want to say that, Kargaz got shot out of left field there. That was so wonderfully played from Muddy. I'm so impressed about how well both of these players played it.
Yeah, very, very clutch Grounding Totems there from Muddy. He soaked up that Death Coil and a Fear right afterwards, I believe, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Kargaz just has so much effective HP, and those dots are putting so much pressure on Muddy. He cannot dispel magic, he cannot dispel curses, he just has to let those tick.
And interestingly, Kargaz went with the Curse of Agony play this time. And he was speaking kind of the Curse of Tongues earlier, and he did that to win his first duel, switched up to the Agony, and both strats worked for him. I wouldn't say the Curse impacted one way or the other, although I will say, for the second duel with that Agony cycling like twice on the Shaman, that probably was a big part of why he had to heal himself so much. So you kind of make that choice. Do I want to make the Shaman out heal themselves, or like go by sheer pressure, so I put on an Agony and make this duel really last a while? Or do I want to try to like burst him down and make him heal really slowly with Tongues? I think it's two very different play styles, all dependent on which curse you decide to apply.
Yeah, I think most of the time that damage from Curse of Agony is just too much to pass up, especially with Amplify Curse. It is, let's see, let me look at this tooltip here, 1044 shadow damage over 24 seconds, plus spell damage, plus 50% more from Amplify Curse. That is so much damage.
He goes with the Tongues this time. Oh, no, but it was just for the intro. I really like that he switched there. He did it just for the intro so that he could get his fear off. And mitigate damage, but then goes into the Agony, and holy shit, the burst comes out. The Sapper's going to as well. He's not going to be able to fear. That one's going to get silenced, and the Shaman's already down to 40%. They need to heal themselves up. They need Nature Swiftness.
Yeah,
he used his Nature Swiftness there, but he is going to get healed up to nearly full. Yeah,
and Kargaz here going to get bounced here, but it's going to get eaten by the Fell Hunter. He's going to go for the Sphere, but it's going to get Earthshocked here. Muddy playing so much pressure on him. He's putting this Curse of Agony back on him. He's going to go ahead and go for this Chain Lightning because he knows he can get it off. And Muddy is doing so much first. Muddy might be able to clutch us out. He's going to try and kite as best he can. He's going to go for the Voidwalker sack, but it's just too little, too late, and Muddy clutches.
I felt like Kargaz did very well there, but Muddy did too. That's the problem. Like he used that Curse of Tongues right away. He got the fear off. He was doing these things he needed to. He resummoned the Voidwalker even at the end there. He took all with the Fell Hunter. He got rid of the rocket helmet, but Muddy just had enough damage. Like I'm a little surprised just due to how many things went right for Kargaz. But I am glad because now it's not a sweep. There's that potential for a reverse here.
Muddy had a perfectly timed Tremor Totem there, broke the fear immediately, and was able to keep applying that pressure. I think if that Tremor Totem got stomped by Kargaz, or if it wasn't timed quite as well, then Kargaz would have been able to make too much space. It would not have been winnable for Muddy.
Yeah, I am so impressed with how much patience he has with his totems, and I think that this is the key, for Muddy to be able to win this duel between Kargos and him. And I don't know if you guys noticed this or not, but as soon as that Spellstone came out, so did the purges, and I really want to commend Muddy for his use of purge there. And honestly, that Rocket Helm, while not getting so much value, it was just enough value to kind of swing the tempo back at his favor. Very, very wonderfully played.
I didn't know that was an interaction even. I don't know if I'd seen that on Henhouse once where a Fell Hunter had killed a rocket helmet or, are eaten in a rocket helmet debuff. And I think part of it is because we banned rocket helmet a lot. So that makes sense. But I like that interaction, actually. That's interesting to me.
Yeah, I think it's really, really clever. So Muddy just going to place his totem here on the bottom step so he can keep this energy ticking as best as he can and try and maintain his distance here. And so he's going again. He's going to put another totem on the other side and playing this very, very cleverly. He's using his space very, very well. I love this use of placement.
I thought we were seeing maybe a totem on under the slope. There it is. That's I love that. I wonder if that still hits. It's gotta, right? Yeah, it does from either side. That's actually absurd. He's gonna get the mana totem the whole time. I don't know if Kargaz would have been able to kill it or not with how much is going on, but he does put the silence down. He puts the fear down afterwards. There's no way to get out of this one. And there goes the agony, the corruption, the siphon life, the usual dots are being applied, but Kargaz is actually losing this one for now. But with that fear off and the Curse of Tongues on his opponent, now maybe Agony be better placed for it right there, but you have the Tongues, and you probably don't regret it, seeing as that lesser healing wave is just not being casted. He has to use Nature Swift's healing touch at the last second to try to heal himself back up.
A beautiful, beautiful reflector there. Kargas actually ended up reflecting himself, and he's going to get a beautiful silence to back it up. This Curse of Tongues doing so much value for Muddy. Muddy doing just what he can. He's so far in the back foot here. He's trying to get some value back, but he's going to go for this lesser healing wave. He's going to be able to get it off. He's going to go and get himself a second one off. He's going to interrupt. He's going to start purging off this buff that Kargas has, and Kargas just drain tanking him at this point. He's got so much health to play with, so much mana to follow up too, and these drain lives are doing so much work. I take that back. Kargas is almost completely out of mana. He's going to use his gnomish cloaking device to try and protect himself.
Oh, wow.
This Fell Hunter here is going to end up attacking the pet. He's going to try and get the spear off. He's going to silence him to back it up, and now it looks like Muddy is all but lost at this point. He's got such low health, and he's feared into oblivion.
The cloaking device, that's what I like to see. And you notice Kargaz's HP going up even though he doesn't even have demon armor on himself. I think he had the life stone, if I'm not mistaken. I want to double check here. No, not equipped. He just had reasonable regen, I suppose. I don't even think he had demon armor up at the end. But I watched his HP when he was cloaked go up like 2 or 3%. Just in that time. And more importantly, he's able to like reposition himself and take the shaman by surprise. You don't see a lot of gnomish cloaking devices, but when you do, that's a pretty neat thing. I think most renownedly, I saw one really used really well by a hunter that used a gnomish cloaking device as a night elf, and then was able to just shadow meld after. It's like, where the fuck is he? He gets to eat to full. There's no counterplay to that.
Yeah, I really don't think Muddy was expecting that. He could have possibly dropped a Fire Nova totem or something like that, but that also costs a lot of mana. So that really turned the duel around. I think Muddy had a chance until that cloaking device. Also, keep in mind that Tremor totem hidden under this ramp here, that was up the whole fight. But eventually there they just went out of range, so that last sphere sent them all the way to Africa over there, up on the hill.
Oh shit, the next duel. Oh shit, they got right into it. They did not fuck around here. The next duel between Druid and Mage has begun. Love the matchup. Just getting those dots onto the Mage here. Using a Moonfire, Insect Swarm type thing. Goes into bear form. Charges once again. No Fairy Fire, no Nature Swift, or just the one dot, just the Moonfire. So he might not even. I'm not sure how far he is into Resto. He might not have Insect Swarm.
So here we go. Wrath's going to try here and follow it up. He's going to use the Ice Reflector to force out A little bit of damage here back onto Vexus, and Vex is going to try and do his best to get these Frostbolt bursts off. And here comes Swifty in with the Feral Charge. He's going to miss the Frostbolt and interrupt, unfortunately. And so now Vexus here already actually very severely on the back foot. I didn't even realize how this health pool had swapped, because at the start of this duel, Swifty here was at 20% health, and he managed to get it off. And so now Vex is here going to go here and use his evocation here early at the start of this duel. He's going to try and bandage, but it's going to get interrupted here by this Moonfire. So now he's forced to Frostbolting, keeping Swifty here into combat. And now he's going to get rooted up, but he's going to swap here in Feral Charge. And this Frostbolt looks like it's going to get interrupted here. He's going to bash, and now he's going to force the blink out from Vexus. Vexus trying to cast this Frostbolt. He's going to, Swifty here, going to cast a massive Starfire to finish this duel off.
You know, I was seeing some really neat things on Henhouse on a regular basis. I don't think you're going to see them here necessarily, but it was Druids traditionally, Druids when they open, no matter their spec, a lot of the times you're going to see a traditional Pounce, Rake, Rip, Moonfire, Insect Swarm, and you just see him go down from 5 bleeds and from 5 dots. But you were starting to see a different meta shift on Henhouse. You were starting to see Cloaking Device Starfire openers, and it actually bursted through all of Mage's Barrier with one cast, and it felt so good because then you were far away already too. I don't think you're going to see stuff like that here, especially because Cloaking Device has that cooldown, and you're seeing it. You know, you're probably more likely to see it used in the midst of a duel to reset things, kind of like a Vanish. But I with cooldowns resetting, you were seeing that used as their openers a lot. At least at the ass end of the tournaments I was hosting, I was seeing that a lot. Partially because I think the Druids were talking and min-maxing together, and they found that was just a better opener when you could Cloaking Device every opener and then Starfire, and just you do this like this big. You have this big source of damage right off the bat to burst through an ice barrier, a powered shield. A little bit cheesy, but it was fun to see.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll go ahead. We're going to see here what Vex is going to try to do to get more damage, because that first duel he was just kind of spamming Frostbolt the entire time. Swifty not going to take that much damage if he's not in a Frost Nova or a Frostbite, and he's obviously going to shift out of those immediately. So much of the Frost Mage's damage depends on Shatter. We'll see if he can maybe land some tricky play with a grenade or a counterspell or something to keep Swifty rooted for that Frostbolt cast time.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Vexus is actually improved counterspell. I'm going to inspect it here just to clarify, because I'm pretty sure he has details. No, I guess not. But yeah, I mean, if he has the improved counterspell, I'd definitely like to see a little bit more clever usage of his toolkit to try and get some burst out onto Swifty, because it's definitely going to be really difficult with how agile these Druids are.
Yeah, this matchup is definitely favored towards the Druid as long as the Mage is Frost, simply because of Shatter not really being viable. And if the Mage was to go Palm Pyro or Elemental, that would hurt them against pretty much every other class. So it's kind of a tough decision for the Mage which spec to show up as.
Yeah, what do you think, OG? I mean, how do you think this matchup plays out for you usually? Is there anything that you can do that really seem that the matchup is favor, or is it really just doomed from the start?
It's much like Classic itself. It's doomed. No, memes aside. It's tough. Is a Frost Mage, which is what we prefer to be, it feels like an uphill battle because we do not get value from our Shatter. Even when we improve Counterspell, you kind of have to Nova and then Grenade and hope for, because when you Counterspell, they just shift. They just go into Cheetah form and they run away from you. It doesn't feel like it's hard. It's so hard to get value from Shatter unless you Nova, Grenade, and they're not on top of their game. Versus a good Druid, it's tough. Here we go. He's kind of just full Frostbolting. You rarely can do that, especially versus a Druid. I know that you're feeling pressured. It's like, what do I do? Spam instant cast? Well, I think with the full Frostbolt spams, you're just allowing this Druid too much time to do what they want to do. You're playing by their rules. You're letting them just kind of walk away right now. But here we go. The Druid's just gonna put the Moonfire back on, keep the distance. This is their game to lose right now. Is the Mage is in blinking HP already? Yeah. I don't particularly love the Frostbolt spams. You can't do that in many matchups until you know they're in a vulnerable position. Mage duels traditionally are more instant cast based, but I understand the panic because it's really difficult with lower levels of gear, and with being a frost mage, full frost, trying to utilize like depending on shatter for some of your wins. It's rough. He might, I think there's different things you could do, but I don't know if it's a matchup you're going to easily win. That's for sure.
Yeah, Swifty played that very well. Also, just sitting in bear form while Vex was trying to cast on him. He knows he can feral charge, interrupt that cast, and go for the bash. He was also using his War Stomp very well to try to bait the blink from Vex, and then once he blinked, he was very vulnerable to the 4-second bash stun.
Wow, that is big. That is big. War stomping for the fact that you just want them to blink.
Yeah, that was really beautifully played from Swifty. And I do have to say that there was a bit of a minor misplay from Vex's. He kind of used the Barov's family trinket as a panic last second kind of toolkit usage, but it's such a long cooldown that he's not going to be able to have it in these next two duels at the bare minimum, and probably not even in the fifth one here if he's able to take it that far. So, if you know you're going to lose, just hold on to your cooldowns and save it for the next fight.
Yeah, definitely in Duel 1, he went through both ice blocks with the cold snap, so he didn't have really any big cooldowns for that second duel. We'll see if he gets ice block back here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be able to change at least this matchup a little bit because those dots just wear away at you, and this druid is it's got so much health in the bear stance that it's really hard to whittle away at them, especially when they got this moonfire and insect swarm ticking away at you and just wearing you down, making it so difficult to outlast them really. And in the bear stance, obviously nothing to really trifle with. You got feral charge to interrupt these spell casts, and you also have access to bash to try and stun them after you force out a blink. And I really want to commend Swifty on his use of the entangling roots after he got both of his dots up onto Vex's and forces him, forced out of range, and just trying to waited it out and allowed him to really get a massive foothold in that last group.
And let's see if he goes with the Pounce, Rake, Rip opener. I don't even know if he's going that precisely, but he hasn't necessarily needed it, using all of them at once. I actually don't know if I've seen Insect Swarm. He's very likely not that particular spec.
Yeah, he definitely had it for the last duel.
Did he? All right, I'll have to pay
Yeah.
more attention to this one, to all the dots that go onto the mage here.
Yeah, in the last duel, Vex's immediately blinked it, so Swifty just went for an earth, entangling roots, and then placed the dots and ran out of range because he knew that he was going to be able to get this, get so much damage out of it. So here we go. The opener about to come up here between Vex's and Swifty. He's going to immediately pop this Barovs, and Swifty forced to blink here immediately. Here comes the Insect Swarm and the Moonfire, and all of these Barovs are swailing away at him, and he's just going to try and hardcast the Frostbolt here, but he's not going to be able to do too much. He's forced to this Ice Block here, and now this Barovs is just wearing away at him. He's going to go for a Starfire here because he knows he's going to be able to get it off here, and now here comes the counter spell. It looks like out of nowhere, and the Frost Reflector again. Now these Scorches are coming out, and Vex is obviously on the back foot here. He's already down to about 30% HP. The Insect Swarm is going to be replaced on him. He's going to go for the Feral Charge again, and now he's going to go for the Grenade. He's going to try and scorch him down and do what he can, but Swifty on the forefront of this duel. He's going to pop his Frenzy for Regeneration. He's going to immediately Nature Swift his charge here, and he's going to go with his Frostbolt. A huge Frostbolt to follow it up, but it's just too little too late.
Man, that's discouraging. You have the Druid halfway, but then I think that's one of the first times he's needed to use it defensively, but Nature Swift's Healing Touch is just, all right, do it again. I've got 60% mana, do it again.
Yeah, excellent use of that Frost Reflector as well. Just kind of a slap in the face to Vex when he's trying so hard, trying to get any damage he can, and just right back at you.
Don't touch what you can.
Yeah, I'm going into this duel against Dextros here. Wish me luck.
Hey, good luck, contestants here.
Yeah, Dexter's is a very good player.
Yeah, he's really taking his time here. One for the Void Walker. Not gonna have prep for this one, but he will for the next one.
You're in trouble now.
just a win for the Rogue after that. But I think we have to give Funky Pot credit for playing very patiently in a few of those duels. A lot of people would have panicked and used certain abilities at certain times where he was predicting it and he did not, ultimately still losing. But I gotta commend him for that patient play versus a Rogue, which that isn't easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Heartbeat really took over that game there, right? I think that I know for a fact that if I was, because I was seeing the timers that both Funky Pot and Dextrose were going to be able to end their CDs at around the same time, but because Dextrose was the last one to place a spell, I think, or sorry, was the first one to place a spell, so Funky Pot would have been able to death goal just before Dextrose would have been able to do something like a vanish, and he didn't even have the prep available, so you know, it would have been for sure death goal at the land.
Yeah, he played that really well, I gotta say. That blind in that final game there, that blind right when I seduced him, like he knew I was gonna seduce, and he kind of got lucky that the seduce broke before the blind, but you know, that is how it is. Very well played. He had control so much, except for that first duel. I pressed like 2 abilities at most in the last 3 duels.
I feel like his level of control was just so absurd, and patient play from both players really, like, and when they decided to utilize some of those cooldowns, and one match where he just used reflector at the last second as you were already low, so it pretty much closed any window for counterplay. It's just, yeah, it was good. It was nice to see him. It was a nice matchup to watch. Oh, right off of the bat. Oh my, Kargaz was talking about it earlier, just straight up just going for that pet. Rocket helming the pet. I fucking love it. He does get that fear off, even though he has the Curse of Tongues on himself here. Kargaz going for the aggressive play and fully just dotting up his opponent with the agony as well. There goes the death coil. The spell shield or the spellstone comes out from Sheltso, and he's already down to half HP, down to 30% HP.
Yeah, and Shelto really on the back foot here. It's up to Kargaz's game to lose here, but this Drain Life is just going to be able to seal the deal here, especially when it's paired up with that Skeletal Guardian. I really want to say very beautifully played from Kargaz from adapting from the last duel tournament, learning from Funky Pot's clever usage of you know, these in-game duels here, just going for, you know, the CC onto the pet rather than the player itself, because he understands that, you know, the pet can just eat off the Rocket Helm as soon as possible. And so when you're able to just completely control the pet, the Warlock loses a huge toolkit. So very beautifully played from Kargaz to be able to get game number 1 here. I'll be surprised if Shelto is going to be able to you know, is not going to do the same thing.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Shelto. Kargaz has a fair bit more HP, round 1 on him. I thought that was a very clever use of Rocket Helmet. Kargaz was talking about it earlier, and it was nice to actually see that put into play, because that was a big part of that matchup. Now, interesting, Kargaz went for the fully offensive play. Curse Agony, Corruption, the whole shebang. Whereas Shelto went for Curse of Tongues, hoping that it would turn into a Fear Off, where he would always win it. But that was, Kargaz just didn't give him a chance. He was so aggressive with his death coil and dots that he just didn't really give Shelto a chance to take control of the duel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, once that fear landed, it was really lights out for Shelto, and you know, it was just a ticking time bomb before that game ended. And he tried to use the spellstone, but again, that fear had already landed. Those dots had already ticked away. He was able to get that spellstone off. He was already down, trying to dispel some of these debuffs that were coming onto him. So it was rough, to say the least.
Probably waiting for that death coil now. One spellstone used, the other one not. From Kargaz doesn't even need to summon another one because he was on the, you know, he was never on the back foot. The duel is going to start. The fear comes out immediately. He banishes the pet. Oh, I love it. Then the death coil comes out once again, putting him right into a fear. Now here's where the dot applications start coming down. The amplified curse of agony. Fearing again. No corruption just yet. Might have gotten taken off already because the banish is no longer in effect. He's going for the banish once again onto the pet. It is going to get resisted. They have a high level of resistance, even base, even without that tier 1. But Shelto's on the back foot here.
Yeah, Kargov's going to immediately cleanse off all of these dots that were placed onto him, and now Shelto on the back foot here. He's trying to do what he can to get some control back into this matchup, and so now he's going to try and use these drain lives to take advantage, but he's going to get immediately silenced by Kargos. Kargos going to get shadow burned here. He's down to about 40% HP, and the Sphere is going to get counterspelled here. And Kargos now actually being on the back foot. It might look like it's Shelto's favor to win this, and it looks like it's actually Kargos' favor to win this, and he takes it.
That happened quick. I mean, it looked like Shelto was kind of coming back from that one as soon as he got to say his bit and he started getting fears off himself. Damn though. Kargas is thick. You have a lot of HP to break through there.
Yeah, you really got to watch out for those health stones and spell stones because it can seem like a Warlock is really in trouble. They might be at 20% HP, but then that health stone will put them right back up above 50%.
And when it crits, that's when you're feeling real scared and shaking in your boots when it's nearly a full reset at that point, especially with the spell stone.
Yeah, just like that Nature Swiftness big heal from the Druid earlier, back to 100%.
Yeah, those are always the most rough. But yeah, Shelto, the winner of last week's Duel tournament, going against Kargos here. And Kargos obviously going to do what he can to try and gain control back into this matchup here. Or sorry, other way around. Shelto going to be doing what he can to get his footing back into this matchup here. But Kargos obviously up here 2-0 against Shelto. And Shelto, I don't know how he's going to be able to come back from this. You know, Kargos using some smart, really cheeky plays, immediately putting the pressure on Shelto, and Shelto was not prepared. So maybe he can adapt here and change up his playstyle to really try and match Kargos. But again, you know, obviously Kargos favored to win here because of the gear and because of how well he's been playing.
I don't know if I've seen a banish in these dueling tournaments. I fucking love it. It didn't last long, but it can make all the difference. But yeah, once again, I think one of the first times I've seen banish used in dueling tournaments that I've shoutcasted.
Yeah, Kargos playing very aggressively and prioritizing that Fellhunter control with the Rocket Helm in the first duel, and then in the second duel, I'm not sure how he got that banish off. He might have actually spell locked the Fellhunter to prevent him from getting spell locked, or I'm not sure, I didn't see, but get going here.
All right, an immediate banish onto the pet here. He's going to try and follow it up here with the Fury. He's going to be able to land it here. This Curse of Agony going to land. This Death Coil going to land here. And now Shelto immediately placed on the back foot here. These dots are taken away at him. And the Summon Skeleton smacking the shit out of Kargos here. Kargos going to try and land another Fury. He's going to try and do what he can. Shelto going to place him on the back foot here. Kargos already down to about 50% health. He's going to use his Health Stone to get himself back now. And now Kargos trying to do what he can to gain control back of this, and now the spell's going to pop out here. The Simulate going to try and get on him, but he's going to get spell locked. He's not going to be able to use any fire spells here for a while, but still, Kargos on the back foot. He's going to try and LOS, but this is not LOS here, and this is why we chose this spot, and so now, Shelto going to take game number 3.
I respect the attempt. I thought that was Kargos'. I'll tell you why. That Death Coil from Shelto got resisted. So Kargos didn't even get Death Coil there in that beginning fight. Once again, unless it was a Nightfall proc, because there was, you know, the animation went out and there was nothing afterwards. There was no running around and fleeing. And I thought at that moment, I thought there was no way. But a good job on his part turning that around. Just lots of. It might have came down to the fact that he just got his dots first, and that Agony and Corruption and Immolator just ramping up, and you know, coming back from it perhaps when he cycles enough dots.
Yeah, I mean, Shelto played that really, really well to come back there from the back foot of that fight, you know, especially with this Death Coil being resisted there. And, you know, Kargos obviously continuing to apply pressure onto Shelto there by banishing his pet, although it seemingly breaks early with this Heartbeat here from the pet, so he's not really going to ever try and get, you know, he's not really ever going to get one of these full banishes off onto the pet. So I'd like to see maybe Kargos change up his plan here, although it has been working in the past. He was able to get the forefront of that duel. He just wasn't able to close it out. All right, and now duel number 3 about to start here. I'd like to see, again, a little bit more adaptive play, because I feel like Shelto is able to predict, you know, once you do it, you know, you can only trick somebody once. If you trick them twice, that's your own fault. But you know, Shelt's obviously not going to be one to be fooled here, so it's going to be up to Kargaz to take advantage of it and really get a foothold back into the series. This is definitely, I think at this point, Shelt's was kind of started to understand Kargaz's play style, and he's adapted to it, and so now it's going to be a close duel, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. And here it goes. It starts. The Iron Grenade is not going to connect. Here, oh, he reversed the helmet and did it to Kargaz this time. Dots him up, and that's going to be difficult. Immediately, the Banish did come out, but beforehand, he was able to get the fear off himself. So this is diminishing return number 2 as far as the fears are concerned. Kargaz on the back foot just a bit. He gets the Banish off once again, but he still doesn't have his Fell Hunter. It's still rocket helmeted, so there's no dispelling these debuffs. Shadowburn coming down on a Kargaz. Both Spellstones being used on both sides, but Sheltso actually has the advantage right now. Kargaz needs to. He's panic running. He's trying to utilize some of that line of sight, but it's just not line of sightable. And with that Shadowburn, once again, it's enough to take him down. And this is a tied up series. What looked like it was going to be a clean sweep.
Yeah, we see these 2 different specs here going head to head. Sheltso playing Destro with Shadowburn. Kargaz playing more of a sustained spec with Siphon Life. And Master Demonologist, which is big, gives you 60 resistance to all schools. So it is going to prevent some damage, but we haven't really seen any big, Death Coil or Fear resists that I've seen at least.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to say very wonderfully played from Sheltso. Like I said, he kind of started to understand Kargaz's playstyle here, and so now he's adapting to this this playstyle that Kargaz is pressuring him with, by controlling the pet and then taking control of the player. I really, really like it because it's just an extension of the player, and it's really difficult to deal with. So now Kargaz here going to try something else. He's going to summon a Fell Hunter. It looks like he got killed or something. I'm not really sure, but.
I think he went for the Inferno, trying to summon the Infernal, and that automatically despawns your current pet.
I like how he's farming soul shards off of the lions come out for sacrifice for soul shard harvesting. Oh my goodness.
If that's not thematic, I don't know what is.
That's beautiful. Poor Night Elf friend. This is my purpose.
So this semifinals here between Sheltso and Kargaz, only one of them going to be able to take it to the finals, and Sheltso won the last duel tournament, so I mean he's got the momentum here in this series, so I want to say it's Sheltso's favor at this point.
Yeah, he seems to have figured this matchup out. It's not a very familiar spec. You don't see a lot of Warlocks choosing to PvP in this kind of farm spec, but it has been working out pretty well so far, so we'll see how it goes.
Grenades resisted. There's the Banish. He is going to be able to fear here. So no rocket. Then the rocket helmet on Kargaz's pet might have had something to do with the last one. He's going to banish it again. He knows it's a very short duration. He's not. There he is. He knows it was short. He wanted to do it again. He wanted more value off the pet, just beating away at his opponent and being able to get those dots off of himself potentially as well. So full dots on Sheltso right now. They're at about 10-20% HP. They're going to use a Health Stone. They put Immolate back down onto Kargaz, but this is a tough one for them. They have not gotten much Fell Hunter value.
And that silence to back it up really put Sheltso on the back foot here. These dots are wearing away at him. This Fell Hunter pet is eating away at him, and it's just going to be too much and too late for Sheltso to come back into the series. And what looked like it was a Sheltso favorite series in the end here ended up going back to Kargaz, and very, very wonderful series to watch indeed. Both players playing that wonderfully, and it looks like Death Coil got resisted twice. Pretty rough.
Yeah, it seems like that Master Demonologist is very strong, even with Soul Link being banned, of course. Normally you would be Soul Link with Master Demonologist, which is so powerful. But even without Soul Link, he's able to resist a lot and prevent a lot of damage. Also has a bit of a gear advantage there, so he's able to win that one.
Yeah, Kargaz giving his opponent props there in that duel, that series, because that was very close. What could have been a clean sweep was almost a reverse sweep. This is going to be the second series in the semifinals. Rogue versus Druid here. Let's get this started. Opening up with the cheap shot immediately, going into the kidney shot as well. Not going to overlap. Not surprised. Dextros has most people's numbers where the lapping is concerned. The gouge comes out, and then he goes right into Gnomish Death Ray, trying to penetrate the hide of this bear here, getting him about half HP, vanishing, opening back up with the cheap shot, doing it all over again.
Yeah, and Swifty here, obviously on the forefront of this duel here. Honestly, Jackstros here down to about 70% health, and he hasn't even forced him out of the stance yet. Obviously, Swifty playing this very carefully because he understands that as long as Dextros is on him, he really can't swap out. He knows that he's going to get stunned up and going to get killed down here. So he's trying to do what he can here. Dextros is going to follow it up here with a kidney shot. He's going to try and burst him down. Swifty's so low. He's forced out of this stance for sure if he can get out, but it looks like it's too little too late. Here comes the bash. He's going to go for the full healing wave, and he's going to be able to get it off. And at this point in time, I think this might be Dextros' game to lose. Dextros going to go for the Goucher. He's going to try and burst him down in that stance, but now here comes the blind. He's going to try and cleanse him out of it. And here comes the Nature Swift's healing wave, and Dextros down to about 30% HP, down to about 10% HP. This Feral Charge is taking control, and this Moonfire is going to take it.
Good duel. I thought he lost that just in bear form straight up. The the bash, he needed bash. War Stomp would not have been enough. So I see the healing touch at first, and it's like, oh gosh, but you see the bash or the bash debuff, and it's like, okay, he could have time for this now, and that did it. Didn't even need the Nature Swiftness heal at that point necessarily in that moment, and that's hard. If you're at 2% life, that is very fucking hard to be telling yourself, I don't need Nature Swiftness. I can do this with a normal bash heal.
Yeah, and imagine if we had seen a big Orc stun resist there on that bash, would have been a completely different duel. And something that surprised me there, I didn't see Fairy Fire up on Dextros for the whole duel, so Swifty probably doesn't have the Feral Fairy Fire, but he also didn't shift out of form to put up Fairy Fire at all until the very end when he had to heal. But even then, no Fairy Fire. Dextros was pretty much free to re-stealth and reopen.
Well played.
Yeah, very, very well played from both players. Dexter's obviously maintaining so much control over that fight, but as soon as all of his cooldowns wore down, Swifty understood that this was his time to shine, and he really took advantage of it with that bash and with that Nature Swiftness heal. That was the game. So now we're sitting here in this refractory period for about probably about another 90 seconds or so while Dexter tries to get at least some of his cooldowns back. And I think he's going to have to do something a little bit more cheeky. Hopefully he has like a Dragon Link in his toolkit to take advantage of this, because if not, I think it's going to be Swifty's game to win here.
I like that this shaman, or this druid even has Furball Medicine Pouch. We haven't seen a lot of these utilized today, and that is something that's very farmable. That's coming from someone that hasn't taken the time to farm it himself, even. But it's a day of dedication. You know, get a group, go out there. You can even solo farm them, and then you get more feathers. I'm surprised we haven't seen as many. But once again, that's something I still need to farm too. So in vanilla, when it feels like there's an infinite amount of things to do, sometimes you're just not going to get to everything.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, vanilla World of Warcraft is a game about farming, and as long as you have the time to farm, you can get these items. Some of them are really, really difficult to get, like a title charm. It might be green, but I feel like it should be a legendary because of how useful that trinket is and how hard it is to get.
That it is. It's that's one of the most intimidating farms, I feel like. We haven't yet to see a title charm in this tournament yet.
Yeah, I mean, one of my guildies, Bad Joke, very good player. He has a title charm. He actually got it while leveling, which, in retrospect, that's what I should have done. I should have gotten it while leveling, but I didn't, and so now I'm kind of left here without a paddle, so to speak. Yeah.
Okay, duel number 2 happening here. Rogue just waiting for just those last minute cooldowns here. I would imagine we're just going to see a cheap shot opener, pretty standard stuff. You sometimes see the bleed techniques too, but not often. So opening up with the cheap shot again. There's a rogue that doesn't overlap his stuns. You love to see it. 69% HP going down quite quickly here. And now we are going to see a vanish immediately as those. No, but he actually gets brought out pretty damn quick there with an demoralizing roar, perhaps. So he's not going to get the opener again, and this druid is just healing up with the frenzied regen, or with the Furbog pouch, not even frenzied regen.
Yeah, and it looks like, Swifty is taking massive advantage of this duel here. He's going to get Rocket Helm by Dextros. Dextros going to do what he can to just hold on and wait out this reset. He knows that Swifty is not going to swap out of this bear stance, and so instead he's just going to try and opt in here for the kidney shot or for the cheap shot, but it's going to get resisted here, and now he's going to go for the gouge and hopefully get this kidney shot off, and he does manage to get it. So now Swifty down to about 64% HP. He's going to get blinded here. Dexter's going to go here and use his bandage to get himself back up to full health and hopefully get a soft reset here between the two players. And he's going to have to open up here quickly, otherwise he's going to get roared out. And it looks like the cheap shot's not going to get resisted this time. So now here comes the cold bloody fist. Swifty down to about 30% HP. He has to start swapping stances here, and he's going to nature swiftness, but he's going to get caught into this kidney shot. He's going to get entangling grasp here. So now Swifty going to be able to hopefully create some distance here with this travel form. And it looks like he is. He's going to heal himself back up to full health. And I think it's at this point in time, Dexterous is game to lose. He's created the space, and now he's going to feral charge back up to Dexterous, and Dexterous going to take advantage of it here with the gouge, but now he's going to get kidney shotted. Dexterous down to about 75% health. That bandage really doing work for him. He's going to drink the Thistle Tea. He's going to do what he can to take advantage of this pressure that he's applying here onto Swifty. Swifty trying to do what he can to apply pressure back, but it looks like he's just losing on the forefront of this, and he's going to get caught here into a gouge, and it might just be game. Here comes the Thunder. Oh my goodness.
The War Stomp is resisted. It was a valiant try. Goes with the War Stomp and then a lower rank of a heal, a regrowth to just heal himself up a little bit, knowing that he doesn't have full time for the full healing touch. Perhaps without that resist, it wouldn't have been quite over yet. But with the Nature Swiftness already being utilized, it's tough. You maybe could have healed yourself with rejuve, but you're now out of bear form with the rogue that's on top of you, and you have no more cooldowns. Yeah, lots of pressure being applied constantly by Dextrose, enough to where it didn't feel like Swifty at any point was able to get overtly offensive.
Yeah, when Swifty did get that Nature's Grasp onto Dextrose, and he was able to make some space, but he didn't really take full advantage of it. He didn't get back up to 100% HP. He didn't get full hots. Still not even a Fairy Fire, which is a little confusing to me, but maybe Swifty just deciding that the Moonfire or the Insect Swarm is good enough to keep the rogue out of stealth.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure that that's correct, because Dexterous was able to get another reset off there, and that's really what allowed him to reapply that pressure here onto Swifty. So I'd like to see him adapt a little bit and go for these Fairy Fires, even though you feel it might feel a little bit uncomfortable doing so. But once he's able to create that space between him and Dexterous, he should just, really take advantage of it and go for these Fairy Fires and go for these big heals, because he knows he can get it off.
Yeah, he really had an opportunity there to turn the duel around. He was very low, but once he made that space, it was really in his control. It was up to him, but I just don't think he took full advantage of that moment in time. He didn't create enough space. Dextrose was able to close it pretty quickly. And obviously those Orc stun resists helped Dextrose out there a lot, but you gotta expect that. You gotta play around it.
Yeah, Orc stun resist proving to be really, really huge here in these dual tournaments. In my series against Sheltso, 4 out of the 5 openers got resisted, so it was pretty rough. And it's to be expected, but you just have to play into it, because if you just play around it, you're just gonna lose. So you just gotta hope it doesn't happen. But obviously, every so often it will.
Yeah, there's always going to be that element of RNG in any duel, and the Orc stun resist is a huge one there. I guess we're just waiting here for cooldowns. Dextrose is playing really smart in between duels here, waiting as long as he is allowed. Get as many cooldowns back as possible. Even if he doesn't have prep up for the next duel, he wants it for the duel after that.
Yeah, absolutely. And now here he's going to open up here with a Blood Fury, but it's going to get immediately Tangling Grasp here. So now Swifty is probably going to be able to create a lot of space here once he gets out of this kidney shot here. And instead, he's going to go for the Demoralizing Roar. Dexter is going to vanish himself off of this. And so now he's going to get bashed here. Swifty going to go for these hots. He's going to go for the Entangling Grasp, and he's going to create some space here finally. But instead, he's going to get banished. And instead, the poison's going to take over before he can do anything about it. But no. Dextrose is not going to get very fired still, and now Swifty is caught out of position. And here comes a huge Death Ray burst between the Cold Blood and the Death Ray. He's down to about 34% health. I mean, it looks like he is so low. Here comes the Frenzy Regeneration. He's forced to use his Nature Swift. He's forced to swap out of stances. Unfortunately for Dexter, he's not able to catch him out here. He's going to go for the kidney shot. And he knows that he's not going to be able to do enough first, so instead he's going to opt in for a reset. However, though, he just created space, and now Moonfire is being spammed on him, and Swifty going to create as much space as he possibly can. And that's going to be game number 3.
That Moonfire though, man, barely, dude, barely.
Just
Holy shit, that was the game right there, man.
Yeah,
Holy
Dextro's
shit, dude.
getting a little greedy, honestly, in that kidney shot. He had enough time to get out of range if he had left a little bit sooner, but he just wanted another second, another swing. But that Moonfire was right at its maximum range, and it really finished off the duel there.
I really like how they're both playing though, man. This is like why we do these dueling tournaments. Like they're just staggering their cooldowns. Oh man, like cool, calm, and collected. The way that they're going about their business. We're gonna Druid here in the semis too.
You know,
it's
I'd
great
like
to
to
see.
know that Druid had an amazing. I think this is a hard call to make, but they had a Nature Swiftness and Tangling Roots play in there. You don't see that all the time. I really liked that. It's you almost always use that for healing touch, but when you're near a comfortable total and in a comfortable position, and you Nature Swiftness and Tangling Roots just to get away, like it's a very powerful thing.
Yeah, Dextros was able to catch Swifty out of bear form for that death ray, and that was huge damage, but then a little bit too late on the kidney shot right afterwards, and Swifty was able to shift back into bear form, and you can't do that much damage as a rogue against a bear. They have so much armor.
Shrifty's telling me that he abolished poison 2 blinds so far. That's huge, dude.
I saw that the blind
ticks, you know? Yeah.
The blind, when Swifty was making a little bit of space and Dextros threw that blind, it didn't last more than a second. Perfectly timed tick on the cleanse poison.
Oh,
Druid's often an underestimated class in all aspects of the game. You love to see it represented here at a high level here, fighting against Dextros. Very powerful gamer.
And I feel as though Druids were just slowly creeping up as victors in the tournaments I was hosting on Henhouse. All of them playing together and getting better at the game, figuring out which spec they wanted to run. It was just a really neat thing. I think it's an undervalued class for PvP.
Now I gotta ask you guys here while we're waiting for cooldowns, which player, if they do move on, which player do you think has a better chance in the finals here versus Kargos?
I want to say that a rogue has a better chance here, just because the warlock kind of plays the same style that the druid does, which is attrition, right? But the warlock is just able to apply so much more pressure as a general basis against other classes, and especially when you're able to have hots, dispelled off of you, it really kind of takes away a lot of these tools that these druids have. So I want to say Dextros.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. That's really what makes things interesting as well, as with these brackets, it depends so heavily which class you get up against, and this druid, I believe, hasn't run into a warlock so far, so if he does make it to the finals, it might be a big challenge for him.
Starts with that cheap shot, lapping it up with the kidney shot. Pretty standard stuff right now. Nature's Wrath is going to trigger, so he is rooted. Just throws the grenade down, then the blind, not even giving him a chance to use Abolish Poison this one. Just wants to reset this one. They should be able to get the re-stealth off here. Once again, it looked like the cheap shot got resisted again, but the Druid's down to 40% health, but they still have Nature's Swiftness to turn this one around if they'd like to.
Yeah, and Dextros here gonna opt in for the Garrote here. He understands that there's so much armor on this druid that he has to wear away at, and his Frenzy Regeneration doing a wonderful job of creating some space and pressure. And now Dextros catching him out here in the stance, and it looks like he's gonna be able to take it here. He just needs one more tick, and he's
good
Perfect
duel.
kidney shot there. Perfect kidney shot, catching him in Tauren form with like half as much armor or less compared to bear form.
Gosh, that rocket helmet on Tauren looks so goofy.
Oh my god.
It's so unnatural. I love it.
the helmet. Does that actually work that way? I don't know if the helmet also. Oh, I guess it does. It looks like that the normal headpiece is faced upwards, but then the little mouthpiece is. I don't even know what to say about that.
I haven't seen it very often on Tauren. Funnily enough, it kind of took me aback when I saw it right off the bat.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that. Kind of looks like when my cat is cleaning herself.
Oh no. Yeah, last semifinal duel almost underway here. I'm really excited to see who wins. This has been such a close battle between both of these players here, and it's amazing to see. And Kargaz just farming some shoal shards here, and you know, the Alliance playing, you know, being some really great sports. I really have to say that, you know, I'm really excited to have, you know, Alliance contestants come here, and I really hope that more come here in the future, so we can have a little bit more interesting duels here, because I think this is a great spot to be at, and I really hope we can come here again.
Yeah, you
I'd
did it
like to see some
dude.
paladins.
I was really skeptical, dude, that you were able to pull off the peaceful treatise between the Alliance and the Horde. You know, I really could have sworn we were gonna get freaking wiped, but dude, they're being really good sports.
Yeah. All Alliance encouraged in the future as well. If you guys are tuning in and listening to sign up for these or to bring the homies, the more the merrier. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it's a shame that you know, in Tips Out tournament, you know, a lot of people would honestly grief him, and so because of that, he really can't have the Alliance show up. And I'm really thankful that we have such great, passionate duelists here on Skeram that just want to have fun and participate in, you know, server events. I think it's great to have these players here.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's been nice to see less same faction griefing with like one player running, you know what I mean, like in the midst of the duels for the Tips Out tournaments. A little I've seen, which is nice. But it's a shame, yeah, that you don't get both factions involved.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, you obviously can't, you can't even risk it, just because what happened on the what do you call it, on the beta. You know, Apes figured that it would be more appealing for them to harass and ruin a duel tournament that players of his guild was a part of.
Game 5 underway here.
And now Dexter's here going to opt in for the No Machete. He knows he's going to be able to avoid some armor here, and instead he's going to go for the same play here. He's going to get this skeleton's going to be back here, and so now he's going to try and kill it. It's got so much armor and health that he's actually struggling to get rid of it here, and so instead now Dexter's just going to opt in edge.
It's as thick as the damn druid. Opens back up onto the druid here with the cheap shot and the kidney shot afterwards with the full combo points. Wanted to kill the skeleton, but he realized as quickly as we did, like that's going to be a feat in itself. Gouges the druid here. Already uses the death ray, so he does use that kidney shot, not full combo points, but does get that stun off. Is able to get the blind off before the druid uses abolish poison. And what's huge here too is he might catch the druid out of bear form and could take this one before the druid gets much say.
Oh, and the cheap shot's going to land. He's going to be able to take it here with the burst of the... Oh my goodness, he took it full control. Amazing from Dextros. I didn't even see that happening. I thought he was going to swap into the bear stance before he could do anything, but Dextro was able to take this duel, and I think we're going to have a little bit of a 10-minute refractory period just so Dextros can get his prep back, but holy shit.
That was incredible. The way he gouged that skeleton, he ran away and got a couple bandage ticks, but he didn't get too greedy. He knew he had to get back in range in time before the druid was able to heal himself. Very well played, and then the big sapper charge to finish it off there with the burst. Very well played from Dextros.
Yeah, precise. Didn't really let the druid play.
Yeah, same thing when I dueled him. I had about 2 abilities per duel at most.
So we could do the bronze matchup actually if we wanted to.
Yeah, I was going to say that might be, I was about to say the same thing. I think we should just do the bronze matchup, let Dexter's get his cooldowns back, and that way, you know, Kargas can do a little bit more shoutcasting before this duel tournament finishes.
Yeah, we can do Swifty versus Shelto.
Can I get an invite back to the main raid? I'll summon Shelto.
Oh, whoops! I was saying you guys have been killing it with the shoutcasting. I can tell you guys have been practicing, dude. Sounds like fucking very professional now.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
Glad y'all are enjoying it.
Jeff's been doing enough of these too now, man. You're being a John Madden of Classic WoW.
Yeah, man, it's fun to take part in these. Honestly, it's like I like just kicking back, relaxing, and shoutcasting. A lot of the time in those henhouse tournaments, people would be like, "Hey, you should play," and I'm like, "Dude, I'm watching the game right now." I'm watching the game. I'm enjoying this with you guys right now. It's fun to get your hands dirty in there sometimes. But every once in a while, you just want to sit back, relax, and watch some good duels. And every once in a while, I jump in on the fun on Hen House. But more often than not, I found myself just enjoying the this side of it.
I gotta say, guys, I am rooting for Dextros here just because he beat me, and I want him to make me look good. So I can say I lost to the winner. He has really come prepared. He knows these matchups. He has the sapper charges. Been playing incredibly well, incredibly precise. So sorry, Cargos, I'm rooting for him.
All good.
But
Okay,
we'll watch this bronze match now and see how it goes. The Warlock versus the Druid.
I will say, man, I think my spec is positioned pretty well against rogues, man.
Definitely.
Against melee. The drain life spec, the attrition spec, I'm feeling pretty good about this, but we'll see what happens. There's not a whole lot of big braining that I need to do on my part. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna just see how the math fucking pans out, dude. There's some math that needs to happen here. He's got some tempo. I've got some sustain. We're just gonna see what side it fucking lands on.
Yeah, good luck. But
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting. We might see the first non-Warlock winner of one of these tournaments on Skeram.
I mean, even if we don't see it, we've seen our first non-Warlock finalist, which
That
I'm
is true.
excited to see.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I'm glad the finals isn't Warlock versus Warlock. I think that's spicier. When it's not any mirror matchup for that matter, I prefer for finals. I don't want to mirror. I don't like mirror for the finals. These brackets were set up well too. Oh, here we go. Already getting started here. Has the pounce, has the rip, or the rake. Let's see if we see the rip as well. No one going right into the moonfire, not utilizing those combo points at all. Maybe not able to charge from down that slope, but either way the fear comes out, so it's not going to matter. Does get that charge off. Does not matter if there's a slope. There's the Hellstone right now, and they're able to get the full fear off as the Druid cowers in the opposite direction. As this Warlock makes sure they get the Searing Pains off those because they know they're not going to have time for a Shadow Bolt. There's just so you use these quick fast casts. Now it's the Druid's turn as they heal themselves up. They put the grenade down, and here's the full healing touch, and they do get it off as another fear comes out, and it's going to be a very short one because they've already been feared twice.
Yeah, and Shrufty, they're getting caught out of stance, so he's going to take a lot more damage overall in terms of percentages because here he is down to about 10% health. He's forcing off these heals. He's trying to do what he can to come back into this, but Shelto has so much pressure already that Shrufty's just completely on the back foot here. He's going to get feared. He's going to try to do something, but he's forced out of stance yet again. He's going to go for the natures with this heal, but again, Shelto just doing so well in this matchup. He's putting all these dots on him. He's trying to remove Curse here. He's only down to about 40% HP. Shelto down to about 0 mana. He's going to force himself to life tap twice to try and get these fears off. He's going to bandage himself back up to full health. And this free, it looks like a full reset for Shelto. And I want to say that Shelto's favored to win this at this point.
100%. Shrifty even had a fair bit of mana. I think he used to innervate there because he still felt he could sustain through that and outlast the Warlock. But that fear bandage, massive. Gave him 40% health or so, allows him to like very comfortably life tap without really worrying about the consequences. That was, I think, the defining moment that truly decided the outcome of this duel when he was able to make the sustained play.
Yeah, Swifty was able to hang in there very long, surprisingly so. He also had a very big play with the grenade. He hit Shelto and his Fell Hunter with the grenade, which allowed him to heal without worrying about the spell lock. I do kind of wish Swifty would maybe go blacksmithing and get that glimmering mithril insignia, which makes him immune to fear for 30 seconds. That would be huge and possibly turn this matchup around in the Druid's favor.
I feel like that's a very underestimated trinket in profession for that trinket. It might be solely for that, if you're not like crafting yourself a weapon or you're not like the guild weaponsmith, but it's big. That's a big one. If fears are what really hurt you, blacksmithing maybe is a consideration. And you can do things like Thorium Brotherhood reps. You get some crafts that are rare to try to make it worth your time.
Yeah, it's definitely a big investment, but if you want to be a top-level dueler as a druid, it's almost mandatory, in my opinion. You're always going to run into a warlock in the finals.
Is that a Glimmering Mithril Insignia? Is it dispellable, do you know?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
It's 30 seconds of fear immunity. Absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that could be a huge game changer.
Would be interesting if that was considered a magic effect, though. It would definitely make it easier for the warlocks to deal with that with just a simple Fell Hunter. I like how this warrior every once in a while is just thunder. It's just stopping, just using horse stop on alliance. That's it.
You also got to keep in mind, in phase 2, the druid will be able to get that PvP trinket, which also breaks fear. So that's another option if you don't want to invest in blacksmithing. But as of now, he really only has that shadow reflector to be able to reflect those fears.
Here's a question for you. Do you have to be, so once you craft the glimmering insignia, do you have to be blacksmithing, or can you swap over to a different profession afterwards?
I'm pretty sure it requires blacksmithing.
That's too bad. That would be huge.
Yeah, honestly, I would go farm some gold, go level some blacksmithing, and get that shard. And then...
Yeah, requires blacksmithing 225. Yep.
Okay.
All right, here we go. The druid is actually going to helmet the fell hunter, taking a note out of Kargaz's book here. But they're feared. It's like you said, they don't have a lot of outlets to mitigate that right now. In fact, really none. If he doesn't have the shadow reflector, then absolutely none, because he doesn't have blacksmithing either. But right now they're going to nature swiftness, healing touch themselves back up. The warlock honestly feels like they're the ones getting offensive right now. The druid has him down half HP, which is surprising because all he really had was his original bag of dots. Oh my goodness, the death coil comes out. Here's the Furbog medicine pouch, though. It's healing him back up. It's turning in his favor. If he has frenzied regeneration, if he has innervate, if he has anything. Wait, did it end?
It looks like it was just too late.
Oh, I thought he had that.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate that he used that cooldown right at the end of the duel. It was too little too late, and now he's not going to have it for the next one.
That was so close to making that comeback. He a second sooner if even he'd had it, as far as the potential turnaround.
All right, Dextro's challenge, man. We good to go?
We still got to finish this last duel here between Shaltzo and
okay.
Swift up. Shaltzo is up 2-0 in the series, and so they're playing for gold. They definitely matter.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was over for some reason. Okay.
Now, Swifty still has not used the Shadow Reflector. He's had it equipped this whole time, just giving him 20 shadow resistance, but not doing anything else in that trinket slot. So we'll see if he actually finds the time to use it here and get good use out of it.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to that. He's not going to have the medicine pouch again. There's going to be a death coil once again. We can guarantee that. So if Druid Friend did have a staff of sorts or something else, this would be the time to do it. And there we go. We see him pull out a hammer instead, which I don't mind for him. That's actually not a bad choice.
All right. So, Shalto versus Swifty here in the third place matchup. I'm really excited to see how this one will turn out. It seems like Shalto honestly has Swifty's number here. He's able to apply so much pressure so quickly between these two duelists. So I want to say that, as well as Swifty's able to play this, that Shalto just kind of has him figured out, if that makes sense. Anyways, duel number 3, Shelto here on the game finals. He's gonna get opened up on here with the pounce, with the rake, with the I don't even know what that third effect is, but he's gonna get dotted up here. This Goblin Rocket Help is gonna be placed on him, and now he's gonna go for a huge Talisman of Firm Power into a Soulfire, into an Emulate, and he's already down to about 40% of health. This Death Coil is gonna land. There's just so much burst coming out. These Searing Pains, these fears, this damage. It's so crazy. He's gonna get AoE Silence, and that's gonna be the game.
Yeah, Swifty really had a chance there to pop that Shadow Reflector and reflect the Death Coil, but it was just too slow, and after that it was all over.
That was his moment. There was pretty long distance it flew. I feel as though Shelto has been, pretty open to the idea of just using that Death Coil as soon as he can on the opener after he dots him up, so there's that level of potential predictability. That was Swifty's moment, but this one is going to go to Shelto, and he'll get third place. Well played.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love all you guys, but I'm glad that was the third place matchup, the Druid versus Warlock, because if that was Kargaz playing his Siphon Life spec, it probably would have been even more one-sided towards him. So I'm kind of glad we have a closer duel here in the finals, the Rogue versus Warlock. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, here we go, opening up on a Kargaz here. Did he potentially even vanish there? I'm
yeah,
not
he
exactly sure.
resisted the first cheap shot. Dextros was forced to vanish and cheap shot again.
Oh, you hate to see it. That's going to be absolutely massive here. He's on the back foot now as a result. He does use that Shadow Reflector, mitigating any potential shadow magic that might come out. He gets the blind off as soon as that Voidwalker Sacrifice comes out, which raises question, will he try to wait for that to burn, or will he just open back up?
No,
So
he's
much
gonna wait for
control
that
here.
to burn. He's definitely gonna wait for that to burn. You know, as a rogue player, if I get that death coil and I force out that Voidwalker sack, I'm just gonna reset the duel here. You know, he's obviously sitting here just waiting for this to tick down. He's gonna do what he can to make sure that this cooldown is as short as possible and absorbs as least amount as possible. And so now he's just gonna open up with a cheap shot, and here it is. It's gonna fall off. He's gonna get the kidney shot, and then he's already down to 8% health, and it looks like this duel is over.
Clean.
So much
100%.
control.
Yeah, 100%. Utilizing it, I like that we're not seeing. So a lot of time you see a shadow reflector and you're like, wow, that or whatever reflector, and you're like, wow, that reflected this huge spell, and that was why he won it. Sometimes I feel like I haven't seen it today. I've seen it more today than I have ever in the past, where the reflector was used is simply a means to buy time. You put down your full burst and then you pop the reflector, not necessarily in anticipation of a spell, but to guarantee your opponent cannot cast that spell, that school of magic. And I haven't seen that used as much in the past as I have today. I like that.
Yeah,
Just giving
Dextro's
you 5
very good at
seconds
that.
of immunity, essentially.
Precisely. And really the only way to counter that is some kind of grenade or rocket helm, something outside of the shadow school. Because otherwise, none of your dots are going to do anything. You can't fear, you can't death coil. So we'll see if Kargos is able to pull something out here. Of course, Dextros won't have the Shadow Reflector up for this one, but he will for the next one. He's taking full advantage of the 3 minutes allowed between duels. Very smart from him. He knows that his class is cooldown dependent, and he's giving himself as much of a chance as he can.
I actually kind of like the idea of a full cadaver set for PvE, but it seems like a bitch to to collect. Not bad stamina totals for a partial PvP set either. Feels like there's a couple sets in Skola that are like that, where it's like, hey, there's a fair amount of HP if you want to collect this whole set type thing.
And now this duel is almost underway here. I'm really excited to see how Kargos can take advantage of this, because Dexterous has been doing a wonderful job of maintaining control in this duel here. So he's just waiting patiently, waiting for these cooldowns to come back. He knows that he's allowed 1 minute in between his stealth and his opener. So he's just playing this as patiently as possible. He understands that he's allowed to do this, and so he's sitting here just waiting. He knows he's going to get the opener. He's not, and Kargos isn't moving here. So he doesn't really have any reason other than to just, again, wait for these cooldowns. So maybe the duel hasn't started yet. I don't know. It seems like it's a little bit long, but I'd like to see Dextros take advantage of this here and open up.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind here, these duels can turn around so quickly if Dextros messes up at all. If he leaves space for one global from Kargos and he's able to get that death coil off, he can turn the duel around completely.
And here we go.
Another stun resist.
And there we go.
Oh my God! Into the rocket helmet. Instead, he's going to. He used the chicken here to break it, or maybe the Voidwalker was.
I believe the Voidwalker broke that one. Yeah. Kargos did not put it on passive when he used that rocket helm. That's a big misplay.
Naughty pet. Now he uses his rocket helmet. The rogue does, and now tries to gouge the Voidwalker. So he maybe can re-stealth here. He does get the re-stealth off.
Kargos may be able to use that AoE taunt from the Voidwalker to get Dextros out of stealth, but not this time. Looks like he's going to be forced to sacrifice it for the shield.
And now here comes the sapper charge into the grenade, into the blind. This mythical Dragon Lake's going to be wailing away at him, and so now he's forced to attack it. He's just kind of stuck in combat here. If he doesn't have this Vanisher, he's going to be Death Coil here, and he's going to be taken advantage of. Instead, he's going to vanish. He's going to try and fear. Here comes the Death Coil, and into the gouge. He's going to be able to stealth, do a lot more. The Kargos, it's here with this time, allotted him with its gouge, and so instead, he's going to go for this Chain Lightning, is what it looks like. And here comes the Death Coil, or the Voidwalker sack, and the dots are on him, and now Dextros doesn't have any time. This Voidwalker sack is going to come out again, and so now Dextros is on the back foot, and here comes a huge 15-minute cooldown from Kargos, and it looks like this is Kargos' game to win.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's he just doesn't even hesitate. Right before that, his first Woodwalker fades. It was about to, so he didn't really lose value. But right, right as it's about to fade, he summons another one. Just immediately starts life draining. Knows that he has full dots on the melee on the rogue, and that he will probably out sustain him just by drain lifing. And that was exactly the case.
Yeah, so they both traded long cooldowns there. Dextros with the preparation, Kargos with the fell domination to get him that second Voidwalker, and Kargos came out on top. So now we go into this next duel. Dextros should have his Shadow Reflector up, which is going to be huge, but no preparation. I believe he used both of his blinds, so he's really it's going to be tight for him. He's going to have to hold control with just gouge and stuns. Mostly, he's going to have to pray that Kargos doesn't get lucky with stun resists.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, again, Nexus obviously just going to take as much time as he needs here in this finals. He's doing it for the gold. I think that there's about 90 gold on the line here between these two duelists. Hopefully in the future we can get maybe some players to donate to the pod or maybe just more players in general so we can have a much more impactful in-game duel. But that being said, both of these players playing this extremely well. Karga said, he's really just all about this spec here. He doesn't really need to do any big brain plays. He just needs to be able to outlast this rogue, and Dexterous has to play this perfectly. So I'd like to see, Dexterous to continue to maintain control, but without these blinds here for this next duel, at least for the first minute of it, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those where I feel like it's up to the rogue to really make it happen. Like if he just plays very basically, I feel like Cargos has this one. He needs to pull something out of his ass here. Now, to be fair, the first duel he won, he had a resisted stun off of cheap shot, and he still was able to pull it off. And if you can win in those conditions, I feel like anything is possible in these matchups, especially if you have things like the Shadow Reflector available to you, to where you can really reverse something like a Death Coil and push the duel to your advantage.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the stun resist here, I think. If Kargos is able to resist another cheap shot on the opener, there's not much Dextros can do. I'm not sure if he has Vanish available now, although he might be getting it back with this 3-minute period in between games. But he was forced to use 2 Vanishes in 2 different games just on the opener, and that's a huge loss for the Rogue, losing their Vanishes. Such a cooldown dependent class.
Absolutely. And so now here, duel number 3 going underway. 1-1, both of these players. Karkos not going to get the resist today. The cheap shot's going to land. The kidney shot is also going to land. And here comes the Barov's family trinket. He's going to be applying a lot of pressure to Kargos here. He's going to preempt the Shadow Reflector here. He's going to do much pressure to Kargos, and this Death Coil is perfectly timed into this wonderful fear, and now so much pressure being placed on the Dexters. All these dots are now starting to land. The Skeleton's wailing away at him. He's going to gouge the Skeleton to try and create some space. He's going to vanish to try and create some space as well, but these dots again are just wearing down at him, and Kargos is just going to run away, and it looks like is going to Kargos.
You hate to see it. The Rogue felt pressured to vanish when he knew he was going to get pulled out from the dots again, but he was just there. He needed something. He was hoping beyond hope that with that sprint up he could vanish and close the gap with Kargos and hopefully get a cheap shot at the very least off, but no go. There's 3-4 dots on you. One of those is going to tick and bring you out.
Yeah, he really didn't get much value out of that Vanish whatsoever with those dots ticking. And Kargos just ran away. There was no crippling poison up on him, so Dextros was not able to close that distance. The Vanish was completely wasted, and he just died to dots.
It looks like Kargos is struggling to get soul stones here, so he does have 3 minutes in between this duel here. He's going to be able to get himself a couple of soul stones here between now and when the duel starts. So he's just trying to get as many of these soul shards as possible because he's going to need it here against Dexters. He's going to have this Voidwalker sack. I really like the creative use of these talents. It's really, really clever for this 1v1 duel tournament, I have to say.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We've seen a little bit of Succubus versus Rogues as well every once in a while. I've liked the differentiating pets, and sometimes even switching up which pet you're using right within the matchup.
Yeah, I think it's smart for Kargos because he is a Master Demonologist spec. He's getting 10% reduced physical damage taken anytime he has that Voidwalker out. If he went with the Succubus, it would be 10% increased damage dealt, which would not really be as useful when you're in a stun lock. You're not doing any damage at all. I think that's very smart, and then once he is forced to sacrifice that, he's going to wait as long as possible, get as much value out of the Master Demonologist as he can, but I really think it comes down to whether or not Dextros can force the Voidwalker sacrifice and then get a full reset with the blind into sap. He should have blind up here for this duel.
Yeah, this is 1-2 right now. So it's far from over. Dextros can bring it back. He won. It's come a couple of those have been so close. That last one was so explosive right off of the bat. I kind of thought he was going to burst Cargo's down the second it started, which you sometimes see with the rogues, just burning everything right off of the bat, and before the opponent can even react when they have the sapper, ideally killing them. But didn't quite have enough damage to finish it off. Probably about 10% HP left from Kargas as he is then able to try to take control of the fight with the death coils, the health stones, and they're saying at that point, oh, okay, it's my turn now.
Yeah, like I said earlier, Dextros can play sloppy. Just one second, if he leaves one global cooldown available for Kargos, he can death coil and turn the fight around completely. Even if he is at 1% HP, if he gets that death coil into a fear, there might not be anything Dextros can do.
Yeah, it's such a tough matchup for a rogue, especially without a trinket, and especially as an orc rogue, going against an orc warlock at that. So he's going to open up here. He's not going to get the cheap shot resistance. He's going to do a lot of burst here. He's already down to about 70% health, a little bit more than he was last time. So Dexter's just waiting for these ticks. He's going to do what he can to try and break this CC, but Argos already going to create some space here. He's going to pop this Barov Scrambly Trinket onto Dexter. Dexter's already started to take some real serious damage here. He's going to go for the blind here, but these pets are already wailing away at him. He knows that he has to keep the Voidwalker onto Dexter, so Dexter's going to do what he can to try and create some space here between him and this Voidwalker, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to have to open up on him. He's going to get Death Roll. The Sphere is going to land. He's going to get dotted up, and it looks like this game is all but over at this point. Dexter is in such a bad position. These dots are wailing away. This Voidwalker is pounding on him, and the Sphere just won't break. So much damage coming out, and it's going to be Kargos taking this game.
It was pretty much determined right within that duration of that fucking fear. Yeah, you gotta wonder, that first duel, even the first couple, felt like there was so much damage, so much more damage coming out from the opener. And you know, crits are always going to be a determining factor there. But there just wasn't a lot of burst there in that duel. He got him down maybe 40-50% or so, but he still had the health stone, the sacrifice. I really like that Kargas is good about waiting till the last possible second to sack the pet, so he gets all that value from Master Demonologist and that physical reduction coming out. But yeah, this tournament's going to him. Warlock takes the cake. Yeah, in a decisive fashion. Thick Kargas coming through, showing us that he is a Warlock to be taken seriously.
Yeah, I gotta say that Barov's trinket, the 3 NPCs that it spawns, that's really what won Kargos the final duel, in my opinion, because Dextros could not get those off of him. He could not kill them all in the short duration of a blind, and he wasn't able to get any kind of reset, any kind of reopen. Kargos just death coiled him.
I think another thing too for warlocks that are fighting rogues, one thing that really helps, and the first, you remember when that rocket helm broke? I had my Voidwalker hit him by accident like an idiot. But one other like little tip is that the AOE suffering ability on the Voidwalker, it's almost like a little demo shout, can pull them out of stealth. And all the times you'll be dueling a rogue and you'll use it on them as they try and reset, and they'll immediately forfeit and be like, the game is bugged, you know, what the fuck was that, you know? But that is a really good tool as well to keep in your back pocket. I didn't actually have to use it there, but I was in my mind, I was like, he's gonna get away, he's gonna get away. As soon as he gets a little bit far away, I'll have a little bit more reach with the Voidwalker if he's suffering, and then it'll pull him back out of stealth again.
Yeah, that's something not a lot of people know about.
I don't know if I've seen that used properly ever.
Yeah, all right, well, congratulations to Kargos. You want to follow me? We have a little bit of a celebration planned here. Just want to follow Defunct, everyone.
Oh, shit.
All right.
So we have Kargos in first place, Dextros in second, and Shelto in third. Follow me.
Here, let's drop down to the Discord channels so everyone can... All right, Dexterous, follow Funky.
Amazing celebration. Amazing.
All right. And so I'd like to, everyone, I want you guys to come here onto the this little pillar. We have a first place, third place, and just want you guys to get
What, our little podium?
Victor's podium. Yep.
Beautiful.
There's someone duel me and try to fear me. Here, Cardos. Probably should place some Warlocks to summon up here so we wouldn't have to do this. But it'll be worth it in the end.
Feared the other way.
Alright, look at Dextros. Wait, Dextros, wait down here. Let's all rocket helm if you can.
Oh shit.
The flame shot. I'm killing you now.
Okay, you know what, bitch? Alright, you want some of this?
Yo, I just charged the rock.
I'm not good at combat.
Just disconnected me when I charged up there. No joke.
This fucking asshole.
There we go. I was able to get up.
Alright, res this guy. Res him. He deserves a second chance at life.
Alright, let's get one more person up here and I'll summon the winner.
Look, I ain't suicidal, but can we like wrap this shit up?
Hey, get your pet off that.
Alright, if you are not first, second, or third place, please get off the podium.
Hey, I'm last.
Hey, for us small brain gamers, how do we get up there?
I'll summon you.
Okay.
Warlocks fucking do it all, dude.
That's just NA brain gamers. Hello? Oh shit, that might kill me.
Swifty's literally beating his keyword against an airplane.
Dude, every time you go to use your immediate or your instant healing,
Dude, the nature swiftness shit. Oh my god. Literally elbow dropping your keyboard out of fucking kidney shot.
Yeah, when I heard you, when you were cheap shot trying to nature swiftness, you just.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's my control hockey. But first it was Rocket Helm, which is control, and then it switched to nature swiftness.
I'd prefer it to be Rocket Helm, to be honest. No, we're good.
Alright, so let's
Yeah,
get Cargos
this is
up
awesome.
here. Everyone else jump down. Dextros second place, and Sheltso third.
All right, get a little bit closer to the edge, guys. So we can
Should I pop all these, dude? This is
Yeah,
sick.
go for it. Go for it.
All right, check this out. Check this out, stream. This is good stream content.
Oh shit. Is it to like become? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
there we
my
go.
God.
Oh
All
man,
right.
those screenshots.
Hunter's mark.
the fucking dire mall boss right here.
What a fucking clown.
That is awesome. That is awesome.
I took a screenshot of that. That's fucking hilarious.
Well, hey, GG's all around, guys. It was a good tourney. Went by really quickly, too.
Yeah, this was super fun. Thanks for coming,
Thank you so
everyone.
much for putting it together, Sasuke and Jeffrey.
Yeah,
and hopefully
thanks,
we're going to reinvest the money from this into the next prize pool. So hopefully it should be bigger. So get even more excited. And
Oh, more Warlocks. Dope.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I have a couple friends from Skeram. I'll have to mention this too. So yeah, if you guys ever want me to shoutcast with you again, I'd be more than happy to promote it and ask people if they want to take part. Because yeah, I'm gonna try to get more involved with all these tournaments.
Dude.
Yeah, I
man.
mean, it was honestly, like I said, dude, last night it's an honor to have you here, and you did such a wonderful job of keeping things going. And I really want to say, thank you. Honestly, thank you.
This ogre dance is how I feel right now.
You should feel good on top of the world after that one. A victory, it's nothing like it. But yeah, thanks for inviting me. Honestly, guys, I had a blast.
Thanks for coming. You're great. Cargos, congratulations. I know I was rooting
Thank you very
against
much,
you,
man.
but you did incredibly well there in the finals, beating Dextros,
I
which
appreciate it.
I
I'm trying
was
to
unable
follow
to
in your
do.
footsteps, dude. I'd really love to get together with you and just talk shop on matchups and stuff too, because I'm pretty clueless with a lot of this stuff. But anyway, thanks everyone. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Peace out.
I know my friend had mentioned there's going to be a 3 versus 3 after this. that a few people were going to do. So I'm going to stick around for that. But good tournament, everybody.
A 3 versus 3. Where's that going down?
My friend Zava mentioned it. If he's still here, I think he must have had 3 on each side that wanted to fight. I'll have to see if he's still in the chat hanging out here.
It would have to be in Gurabashi Arena, right? Unless it's Horde versus Alliance.
I think he had his idea was Horde versus Alliance, but I don't know if he had 3 people in mind on each side or not. Let me see if he's still in my chat.
So Shelto is actually suggesting that we ban Healthstones at least until trinkets come out. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that a good idea?
We could just ban Warlocks.
Yeah,
Well,
ban Warlocks.
I think Hellstone has some merit because Spellstone has like some outplay potential, right? With the debuffing and all that. But Hellstone is kind of like a free health pot for a Warlock, and they're already strong. But I don't know if it needs to be banned though. I don't know.
I mean, if Kargos didn't have Healthstone, I think Dextros might have won that. So
I don't know. I feel like maybe you can either only use Spellstone or Hellstone. Maybe that.
That's a thought.
Yeah. But again, that's something to think about.
Yeah, we can min-max the rules. In fact, I was going to do that too with the fellas and considerations for the next one. It's just a fine tune, and I like a lot of the base rule set. I think if these got bigger, or like if they got any bigger, the 3-minute wait time would be a bit much. Because it does, it does stretch. It does stretch it out. I think we started about 3 p.m., so it's about 4 hours or so. For maybe a little after that we started. 3 p.m. my time. That is.
Yeah, it was like 3.5. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I think if these got much bigger, that would be a really difficult rule to stand by.
Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's true. I mean, people don't want to be on screen and stuff like that. But, figure, part of the fun is getting to see everyone's matchups and learning, who these favorites are. So it's pretty awesome to watch, and it would be unfortunate to have separate duels going on at once.
Yeah.
No, and also just food for thought. If you make it down, if you go down to like say 2 minutes, then that really kind of reduces the fact that someone has a certain trinket every single time. Now they'll still have like Imperial Power, but they won't have like Peasant Collar per se every time.
Yeah, I think that'd be big. Even a minute
See you guys on stream now. I'm trying to beat this guy without using fear. That's the challenge here.
That here in the future, especially
Not
if we
just
see
straight
it
up losing to a
players at
druid.
any point. I think this is the perfect amount, though, or much more than this, and it starts to become a very long day for sure. So I think that's the hot spot. Nothing wrong with like a 30-person tournament. Don't get me wrong, but it's a commitment on everyone's part, the contestants as well that are just hanging out.
Well, if you have a ton of people, you'd need multiple brackets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would.
Yeah, it ends up becoming, also just, mentally taxing. It's not to say that, players, being able to sit on the side and rest, but they're sitting there thinking, and after, a good 6 to 8 period, 6 to 8 hour period, it gets rough, honestly, to anyone.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I gotta say, a lot of people are saying ban this, ban that, ban Healthstones. I think Dextros had a real good chance there in the finals. Kargos has been so determined with getting his character geared out so well. I think, honestly, that's what won him the duel. And he played well also, but it's not like it's unwinnable. We also haven't really seen any undead Shadow Priests. I think they would have a really strong chance. So
that's a fair point. I'm just salty that I lost. That's all.
We could try it out, banning Healthstones, or maybe like allowing a lower rank of Healthstone just to reduce that effective HP, but I definitely think other classes have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, honestly, against Sheltso, he was able to take game 5, he was able to take it, right? But even still, like the games that I won, I don't think the Healthstone changed anything really, right? He used his Healthstone in game number 2, and I was still able to take it. I was still able to burst through that healing. So I'm not necessarily sure that it did really, change the matchup enough to where, if he didn't have Healthstone, he would have.
Yeah, I don't think Healthstone is the defining feature of Rogue versus Warlock.
It does feel I'm eager for Trinket because I feel like we're going to see everyone increase in strength a little bit versus the Warlock when that happens. Everyone else benefiting with the fear trinkets. Everyone benefiting a bit more than the Warlock itself in a lot of cases from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, being able to get these fears off and take advantage of it, it's really huge, right? Especially if you're not able to trinket it off. And when the trinket comes out, I feel like you're going to see a lot more classes able to get to the finals than just Warlock.
Tell you what, though, making Warlock seem more fun.
Hey, you know what? There's also nothing stopping a rogue from getting that glimmering mithril insignia.
True. If any rogue wants to take that matchup super seriously, that's like a win button every 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, I know Warlock's very strong, but...
Can you use it while you're death coiled, though? Because that's when the fear comes out.
No, you just pop it, like...
Probably
right
at the start of the duel.
No, like right before the kidney shot's gonna end, and you know you're gonna leave that space for the death coil, you pop it.
Right, yeah. It's 30 fuck, and it gives resistances too, so it's like, everything else is also slightly weaker.
I think one thing I found fun was there was so many spec variations in this tournament. Like we weren't seeing hyper standard specs in every class. Like the shamans were different, the warlocks were different. Pretty neat to see. You don't always see that. I don't know about the mages. We didn't have a ton of mages. I think the mages may be fairly standard. No, even one of those. We had a pyroblast barrier mage and an improved counter barrier mage. Like there was a lot of variation in this tournament as far as specs were concerned.
Yeah, and I was happy to see Warriors show up too. I mean, I feel like without trinkets, Warriors definitely get it the hardest. Obviously. But that being said, I feel like if the matchups are right and you don't have to go against the mage first, you can really take these games. And if you get to go against a rogue and you have enough HP, you can at least make it to the semifinals and get yourself, a good 40 gold out of it.
Yeah, I agree.
What was the pool, all things considered? Do you know?
We had about 200 gold. It was 187 gold.
What's up?
I think that's a good way to do it, buy-ins. Perhaps you'll have a rich beneficiary eventually, or whatever, I'll find to say that right, but perhaps you'll have someone that wants to contribute on a regular basis high totals of gold, but I think buy-in is like a good substitute for that, or addition.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have hundreds of gold to give away, obviously. So, anytime a player is able to donate, it's really, really helpful. So just having a 10 gold buy-in is really, really important.
Time to get that bum in BRD, full-time pickpocketer.
Crater.
Yeah, Crater's better for sure.
Yeah, it is kind of tough, especially with the 50 gold capped respecs. We know a lot of people are forced to respec just to participate if they want to be competitive. So it's great to see people are willing to do that just to have fun, even if winning, second place will just barely cover their respec costs.
Yeah,
it's great to see people have the motivation. They just want to have fun and duel. It's not really all about the prize pool, although that's great to win.
That's the whole reason I was here, dude. What?
I think I'm gonna head out, guys. I appreciate you having me once again. It was a pleasure talking with all you guys. It's a shame I'm not on the same server as the majority of you. I'm only here as a shoutcasting presence, but who knows what the future holds in terms of ults? Maybe at the very least a twink or something.
No worries, dude. Thanks for stopping by. It was great having you, man.
Yeah. See you, Skeram crew.
GG's, dude.
Have a good night, man.
You too.
I'm heading out too, boys. I'm gonna go make some pizza, recover from that. All those lost.
Yeah, I'm gonna dip too. Thanks for wasting 4 hours of my life so I could watch Warlocks win. That was
and
great.
25 gold.
Right.
Peace, boys.
See you.
Peace, bro. Yeah, I mean, dude, honestly, I feel like that came together really, really well. I love that dueling ground.
Yeah, no, it was good.
You got to thank Funky Pot for that, honestly. I feel like not enough credit's given to Funky Pot here. He did a lot to make sure that everything came to fruition here. He found the spot. He came up with the rules almost single-handedly. I showed him my rule set, and he said, no. let me show you what people have done on Hen House. And I looked through it and I was like, oh, you know what? This is way better than my idea. And so we went with his, and it was really, really great to see, you know, everything come together and have Kargoth stop by and OG Jeffrey stop by. And so I really want to thank all you guys for participating. And yeah, it was really awesome. So thank you guys.
No worries, dude. Hopefully, I mean, how many weeks have you guys been doing this? This is the 3rd week, right?
This is the first cross-faction week. So,
okay. Yeah, let's do more of this shit. Like, as Jeffrey was saying earlier, obviously, if there's 200 people and it gets humongous on Twitch, then yeah, it's going to get griefed. But for now, this shit is dope, and I love it.
I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. You know, honestly, I hope that it gets to the point where it becomes an issue.
Right, right. I get it. Trust me, dude. I did a League of Legends tournament one time years and years ago, and I tried to run the tournament, and it went fucking terribly. So I know the feeling when a tournament just actually goes smoothly. So, props, dude. Nicely done.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm gonna head out as well. I mean, God, it was a wonderful, wonderful experience. And again, I seriously thank you guys, all of you guys. And if you want to enter again, please just mail the goal to DT organizer if you want to join in. I'll keep track of it. I'll add it to, you know, I'll delete I'm going to delete all the paid participants for this week, and then next week we'll see all the paid participants, and then hopefully we can get more next week. And yeah, it was really, really fun. So thank you guys for stopping by.
We'll have to get into that next bracket.
Yes, Boneless. You got a Viscac now. You got to make it, dude.
I have to.
All right, I'm out, guys. GG's all around.
Good one.
Is there actually a best in slot set for PvP yet? Sure, yeah, I mean, the only thing is it's subjective. Depending on your spec, depending on your playstyle, you don't know exactly how valuable stamina is versus spell power versus crit. But typically just getting the tier sets, tier 1, can be really strong, lots of stamina.
Always keep it 69, 69
Oh shit, thanks for the follow, Big Jeff. Thanks for coming again, man. Really appreciate it. Wow. My first subscription on Twitch. Thank you very much, Jeff. Much appreciated. Yeah, it was really fun. I'm super happy how everything turned out. I honestly don't think it could have gone better. The only way it could have gone better for me is if I won, but hey, I'm really happy to see Kargoz win. Like, these kind of tournaments probably wouldn't even be going on without him in the first place, running that first one. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go for that Drake Stone. Not really worth it for me. I'll just stick with my Spirit of Aquamentas. What is it, 27 spell damage on the Drake Stone? Yeah, 28. I mean, I still am missing a lot of my other pre-bis. Probably wouldn't be worth my time. I'm just lazy. Definitely, Jeff. I'm actually kind of messing around with him here. He said, first of all, he said, see if you can beat me without fear. And then he said, okay, see if you can beat me with fear, but without Fell Hunter. Oh shit, you got that first subscription badge? Founder? That's awesome. Alright boys, I think I'm just gonna shut the stream off now. Not really sure what I'm gonna do with the rest of my night. Probably get up and do some real life stuff. Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for the sub, Jeff. Appreciate it so much. And I'll see you guys next week.